Mic check 1, 2. Okay. Mute.
Yeah. Y'all sure are quiet tonight. Look at Sin with his futuristic tech. He touches the side of his head to turn his mic on.
Sin's always.
You're super quiet, Bob.
How about now?
Way better.
Better.
Yeah, it turns out if the headphone is up at the top of my head, it doesn't work as well.
Yeah, it's really weird how that works sometimes.
With just me, I figure I should use the headset instead of the snowball.
No worries. I gotta figure out the fuck I'm gonna be sitting tonight, because if I sit like this, my head's cut off. The Lord knows I'll end up slouching midway through, and then all you can see is the top of my fucking head.
I'm always off center because sometimes I lean left in my chair, sometimes I'm centered, sometimes I lean right. It's not. That's just.
I don't got that much wiggle room.
I have a huge chair.
Huge.
How wide is this thing? Huge. I mean,
Huge,
it's
like China.
I have a lawn chair.
I have like a.
Are you really sitting in a lawn chair? How the fuck do you do that for 4 hours straight?
It has. I have a pillow, strapped to it, and strapped to the pillow is like a lumbar support.
Oh, so it's a rigged ergonomic lawn chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that works.
Like a. If you're gonna whine over here. Come on.
I think you should just put Leica in Lissa's chair and turn the camera on.
That our views would go through the roof. I don't know if we can handle that. Man, if I could get her to stay in one spot, I could actually see rigging up a dog cam. Although 9 times out of 10, she's just laying on the couch and possibly snoring or having a nightmare. All right, let's look at last week's notes. A minute before things start.
That's all good. Oop, let's see if this works. Oop, what am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, really? That's irrelevant. Alright, cool. See if that works. We're good here. Where the fuck is John at? You guys like how I just like completely omitted the countdown timer from the starting soon screen, so that way you guys can't tell me I'm starting late?
You're starting.
Now it's just it starts when I want to start.
That's fair.
Yeah. Alright, we got John. Now let's rearrange these Kermers. We want to do... Turn this off, turn this on. Click here. What are we doing? What?
If you want us to stop releasing it, stop buying it. It's a picture of Skyrim.
With the recent purchase of ZeniMax from Microsoft, I fully expect the next rendition of Windows to fade into fog and suddenly have you arrive in a wagon.
Yeah, for real. There was a post I seen that was like, so wait, let me get this straight. Microsoft bought Bethesda. Bethesda is the makers of Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls Part 5 is Skyrim. So what you're telling me is that Microsoft just released another version of Skyrim. Todd Howard, you dirty bastard, you did it again.
Yeah, no, he managed to sell it one more time. And I'm sure it's going to release on Xbox in the next year and be released again.
You know what they'll probably do, my guess is? It's just gonna come. gonna like come pre-installed on whatever the new Xbox name is. Xbox Series X1S Plus.
I think Microsoft's really trying to sell their Game Pass, and I'm sure it's just going to be chucked in there.
Yeah, their Game Pass, I really can't argue with how great of a fucking deal that is.
It is.
Oh, I have
if
it.
you play the games. I just canceled mine. I got it free for 3 months.
Mhm.
But like, I don't play any of the fucking games on it. Like Minecraft Dungeons is what I played on it, and that was it.
Yeah.
I should probably switch over to live, huh?
Just constantly on Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, it's a great value, not necessarily for me though.
Yep. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome to episode 55 of Quests and Cliffhangers. We do not have Lissa tonight, so we're Screechless. So you guys will just have to look at the disembodied Screech head in her place.
Wait, where do all our viewers go?
I know. Wait, come back, guys. Come back. Sim's gonna take his shirt off. See, one layer at a time. Woo!
Got my tassels.
What did I do with her? Well, if I told you, then I wouldn't have pliable deniability. So tonight, I don't really have a bunch of new things to go over, really. There are new stream avatar customizations, a bunch of new hair, in all the colors, some new facial hair, some new outfits, and around 10 o'clock, something special might happen.
The fuck?
If it works right.
We're gonna.
And if not, you'll never know.
Don't make me set a timer on my Echo to remind me.
Yeah. So, you'll know if it works. Announcing that OnlyFans? Nah, you can't announce. I'm an affiliate on Twitch, so I can't cross-promote that way. It's against my terms and conditions. You'll just have to search for ItsCliffGaming on there on your own. But yeah, so that's the only thing really new. I didn't get to work out on a lot of the things that I wanted to, because doing graphics for stream avatar takes way fucking longer than it should. Took me like 4 hours to get the hair done because you have to like manually change the color of each piece and then re-render it out, because for whatever reason this program doesn't have like the ability to change colors of a piece of gear. So literally like every piece of hair that has like 9 different colors to it, that's 9 different renders I have to do. Pain in the ass. But we have, I think, 9 hairstyles now. One special one that I did just because it was funny. Thank you. And some new armor, new facial hair, and I'll add stuff like makeup and whatnot this upcoming work week of this stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's all I really have. Except for, like I said, around 10 o'clock, something special might happen. So if you're here, you'll know. And the only hint I'll give you is, if you guys were the ones who've been selling all the stuff that you've been gathering, you might be a little upset. But yeah, with that, who wants to recap this week?
I looked at my notes and they're all about like lore from last session.
Not that much happened last week. We were
Just the crack.
ending the encounter with the thunder orc people, the lightning orcs or whatever. Chaplain finally woke up after his dream. Don't know what happened during the dream, really.
I can answer that. Can I answer that? Right. The same dream he's been in before. He wakes up on a ship, chains down to the deck, but he knows how to remove his torso plate that the chains are mounted to, so he removes the torso plate so he can wander around. Realizing he's never gone below decks, he heads down there. Going through it, there's nobody present. He doesn't see or hear anyone except at the far end. There's a kind of captain's quarters kind of thing, and I see a shadow move under the door. So I think I like call out and don't get a response. I open the door, I don't see anyone, and I start looking through paperwork on the door or on the table. But when I turn around, I see another chaplain that looks just like me, same color eyes, that takes a swing at me right before I wake up, if I remember all that correctly.
Sounds right to me. Then what happens, Sin?
We rowed the boat for a while. Um, each of the crew members, our party, um, tried to accomplish something during this trip that was supposed to take like around 40 days. Um, Arkin tried to start a little fight club that got shut down after the crewmates started using more and more extravagant weapons.
Boo.
um, Chaplin was kind of off just studying his book, trying to learn how to beatbox, learned Warforge, primal language. Um, Screech learned a few shanties and some pirate lore and stuff that she can use whenever she's trying to persuade pirates or sing in a bar, or sing her with her violin or something. And Absol was just talking to the crew most of the time. He saw a fight break out, but didn't stop it until someone was stabbed. It was the navigator, so that kind of delayed our trip a little bit. Um, Arkin noticed this giant ship pass by us, where it kind of looked like a circus on top. There was gestures and stuff swinging around, like trying to taunt them to get on the ship and check out what they're sailing. But you decided just to pass by it because a ship that size with that kind of wares on it without any kind of defense seems kind of fishy. So as we're getting close to Niratima, um, we go over this black water. Chaplin talks to the god of the sea, and in a language that he didn't understand, she responded. And when he finally figured out what she was saying, was pretty much like my baby or
Yeah.
whatever. Um, the Kraken's tentacles started coming up and beating the shit out of the ship. Um, all of us are on top fighting it off. The ship's taking a beating. Chaplin is doing what he can, getting some decent damage with his spiritual weapon. Um, and Arkin decides to go and have a chat with it. He dives off and stabs it in the eye, screams in its head with message. Then after it responds, he tries to bargain with it. Um, After it attacks him a little bit and a few misty steps to get out of the way of some of its attacks, uh, he starts swimming up. The Kraken inks him like right in his face, and the ink is acidic, so it takes out the remainder of his health. Um, as we finish off one of its tentacles, we hawk off a good chunk of it, and it started swimming away. The crew's celebrating. Absol notices his brother belly up in the water, so he dives in, hits the water like it's floor, and starts crawling over to him to get him some health. The crew pulls him up. Um, it gets him all healed. And after that event, nothing exciting or even noteworthy for the rest of the trip happens. We pull into this city that's as far as the eye can see on the coastline on both directions. Um, as we're getting off, the captain of the ship hands Absol a magic earring so I can talk with the captain if he's in 100 miles, I think it was.
I think so.
Yeah. And I don't remember the cliffhanger or if there was one
It was
besides
mostly
we're
just,
here.
yeah, that was pretty much it. You guys arrived to the city. That's pretty much it. Little hanger, big cliff. Yeah, so that's where we were. I had something I was gonna think of to say, and I totally lost it now. Yeah, I'm sure it'll come back to me at some point. So yes, that's where we're at tonight. Episode 55, Classic Cliffhangers. If you want a chance at being the stream boss, you have till the end of the intro to do exclamation point boss mode. After that, it will be disabled and you can't do it anymore. So, yeah. With that being said, let's kick off the intro for tonight's episode. Yeah. So, you guys hop off of. Let me turn down Brindletown real quick.
I'm not sure you understand what that means.
I think I have some nice desert themed music here. So you guys hop off of the boat, and you guys arrive in this large, sprawling city. Called Wetsand. Why is Brindletown playing with that? Hold on, stop. Stop. That's not how it's supposed to be.
Apparently, it's a pretty popular song. They know it across continents.
I mean, Brindletown is eternal, okay?
Eileen, stop it.
So yeah, so you guys arrive at this city that is just this massive, massive sprawl of sandstone buildings. You can see that the area that's built immediately off the waters and off the docks are very basic and rudimentary, smaller, mostly single-story sandstone homes with like wooden framing. And then as the city expands out, you start seeing it get more extravagant, taller buildings. Arkin, you see off in the distance there's this giant palace with these 20-foot walls surrounding it that are made of solid gold.
Okay. He's just gonna start walking towards it like he knows where he's going.
Chaplin's gonna follow. Arkin, you seem to be traveling with intent. Where specifically are we heading?
I have a very good feeling about this direction.
A good feeling that you will find what exactly?
Much to be desired.
In your case, that means gold, a tavern, or tieflings.
Yeah,
I
taverns are more so his thing.
You normally like information of sorts. However, I see an obvious solution ahead. Please do not steal their walls.
Why? Did you hear something?
They would be difficult to transport.
You assume that I'm going to try and steal an entire wall.
Yes.
Unless you know of a way to do that, I'm going to have to disagree. But they may have a wealth of information for us for where we're going. Eh?
I am certain that is the wealth you are interested in.
Absolutely. I am here to help.
In the manner of information, do we know specifically where we are heading beyond somewhere on this continent?
Unless Screech has a further understanding of the books she's been reading, I don't know.
She's like, oh yeah, I do.
Sense motive. No, sense motive isn't a skill in this edition. Insight?
On who?
Screech, to know if she actually knows where she's going, or
Okay,
if it's
yeah.
just Screech.
Yeah, you get the sense that she is 100% confident she knows where she's going.
That could be a problem. Okay.
Screech believes it.
Screech, do you have a map leading us to our destination?
Kinda.
I see. Perhaps we should gather information before we head in your direction.
She like pulls out her
Okay.
book. She's like, right here.
Good enough for me.
It's just like a sketch of like a basic map.
You've done more with worse.
May I clarify? The location we are going to, was it specifically a city designated for Kenku?
I don't know.
We just know that there are secrets somewhere on this island. Continent. Okay, thank you. Yes, Arkin, I believe your idea is very well justified.
Aren't they
Please.
always?
I am not certain that I can comment on that in a way that is copacetic to everyone.
Glad we're on the same page, Chaplain.
Of course.
He's gonna keep heading for this giant golden wall.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, as you navigate through the city, it's only a couple blocks you have to walk until you get here. And you see, by the time that you're approaching this 20-foot wall basically just towers over you, just gleaming from the light bouncing off of this gold. And you could just barely see some of like the dormers and taller areas of the castle peeking over it. But as you're like in the shadow of this wall, you really are just everything is occluded beyond it. And there's this solid gold gate that is closed with these two heavily armored guards in front of it.
Dumb question. What's a dormer?
Like a rounded point on the building. So like
But
the
on
very
the
top of the
walls?
building is like circular, like traditional, like Arabian building types. How they have like the
Taj
round,
Mahal
decorative
looking
things at the top.
Uh-huh.
That's a dormer.
Yeah, okay.
I believe that's a dormer. I could be wrong. Let me look it up now.
Now you're questioning it.
My quick Google said that it like standard houses that have a window that kind
Yep,
of creates
those are
a
dormers too.
T-section.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
believe
meant.
that it's the same type of thing. They're typically like decorative adornments on roofs. Like they don't typically have they're not necessarily built for function. They're built for decoration.
Okay.
But either way, that's what you see. The big rounded decorative spokes that are sticking off the top of these buildings.
Neat.
All right, absolute. You want to do the talking or should I?
He's like looking around, like, who are we talking to? The wall.
We're coming. The guards here. Get some information. See what's behind the walls, and perhaps give us a clue to where we're going. 'Cause that's the idea here.
You can do that. I have no interest in what's behind the walls. I'm just here for Screech. And Absol like pulls out his book, places a hand on the wall, and like looks if anyone stops him as he does this.
Are you like just walking up to it and just touching it, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one cares.
Okay. And um, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Absol doesn't know though, so he's gonna see. He's gonna cast Identify on it to see if there's any magic that's being placed on the walls of the city.
You get no clear sense of anything like that from touching it.
Good idea though.
Hmm.
Can I make a religion roll to determine the most common deity for Kenku, or if there is a Kenku specific deity?
Yeah, you sure can.
Yeah, that 20 will do.
You sure you don't want to like you don't want to like use IP and get rid of that or anything?
I'm tempted because it's below a base 10 roll, but 20 is good enough.
So the one that stands out the most, which would be it's a minor god that you know of, you don't know a super detailed amount about, is Atheon, who was considered the celestial phoenix. You don't know anything as far as Kenku religion wise, because Kenku as a society really don't. There's really not a lot of good information on them. The only ones that you can really get good info from are like the nomads. But the Aarakocra, the other dominant bird race, you know that they definitely pray to Atheon. Almost exclusively.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, so absolutely, you don't get any clear indication of anything magical or anything from it. It just feels cool to the touch. Big metal gold wall.
Absol's gonna take off his jacket, like put it under his arms, and just like rest both of his arms on it. He's like, "All right, well, someone go get some information."
Yeah, and the way that you guys are approaching this right now, you're approaching it, you're headed up north through the city, so you're on the south side of it. And the way the sun is hitting right now, you guys are eclipsed in this shadow. So it's actually, comparative to the hot, sunny area around you, it's actually relatively cool in the wake of these walls.
All right. Gonna walk up to one of the guards. Gentlemen, how's the day go for you?
It's always bright and sunny.
Good to hear. Good to hear. So we are just recently off of a boat. We're just kind of passing through. Just wondering, what's beyond the eye-catching golden walls that you have here?
Well, you say you're passing through. Are you just passing through, headed back on a boat and leaving, or passing through as in moving more through a near Tima?
Yes, exactly. Moving further inward.
Well, you have a month of sand, and then let's just say most people don't go past that.
Huh. And what is the typical way that people travel across these sands?
They don't.
Hmm.
But if you go to this main road here, if you follow it down as it exits the city, you can rent a camel. There are special trained camels that if you lose your way, they know how to get back here. Or if you make it through and you are done with them, you send them back.
Huh. Is this, I'm guessing, the ruling body behind these walls? Your king, queen, whatever you have here?
Yes, this is the palace of Emperor Solstice.
Huh. Emperor Solstice, huh? Well, and there's nothing but deserts beyond this city, correct?
I wouldn't say nothing, but if you are not accustomed to the sands, many of people have lost their lives trying to get through.
Huh.
That's why Wetsand is so popular. We have the boats, we have our own crops, we have this beautiful river running through. Everything you could possibly need is right here.
Excuse me. Would you know if there is a mages guild present within the city?
A guild? No.
Do you perhaps have a portal system?
No. That is far beyond what we are willing to do. Everything we need is here. Why we don't need where we need to go.
Is there any particular cities in this continent that does you dabble in the magics?
Yes, but I typically wouldn't send strangers out to find it. Mad Dog is the city. It's the northernmost city of here, largest city, and Yaratima. But it is a strange place, to say the least. It has been called the city of corruption, as it is the torn veil between Shadowfell and Eregus. It is literally the doorway to the Shadowfell.
You said it's the northernmost city. I thought we were on the north edge.
Southernmost. Sorry, that's a DM slip up.
Yep, just get my orientation.
Yeah, my bad.
Is it centrally located on the continent?
No, it is as far south and as far east as you can go. Used to be a beautiful port city, so I hear. This is hundreds of years ago, but yeah, I don't think I could properly prepare you with words of just how strange it is. It is a mirrored city of one of itself. If you're looking for magic, that's where you want to go.
And using said camels, is your best guess how long would it take to travel there?
If you go straight, no stops, 20 days through desert. And then another week on the roads to take you to the corruption field. And from there, it is anyone's guess how long it could take you. The corruption field is not like normal travel. It's there are a lot of sights there that you will see nowhere else, and a lot of dangers that you will never experience anywhere else. Most people typically avoid it.
I appreciate your words of caution. However, we are likely to investigate this at some point, regardless of any warnings.
Yeah. You are free to do as you want. I am only here to protect the Emperor and advise the people the best I can. And that is the wisdom I impart to you.
Which is appreciated. Is there any regular communication that happens between Wet Sand and Matog?
No. Mad Dog is its own collective entity. Most things do not come from there, and most things do not go there. It is population of millions. It is the doorway to the Shadowfell. But it is its own veil. It is not under the Emperor's dominion.
Is the Shadowfell, and this is a game, is the Shadowfell something we would know what is?
You guys can either give me history at a 12, arcana at a 12, religion at a 15 probably. It's not super uncommon.
History feels more appropriate.
And just for fun. Yeah, so you guys would all know. So, in the basic schematic of life, Shadowfell is... So there's the prime material plane, there is the Shadowfell, and there is the Feywild. And they are basically all in the same spectrum of reality, just in different veils, if you will. So the makeup of the Shadowfell, the makeup of the Feywilds, and the makeup of Arrakis are all basically identical, but just think of it as like different paths of reality, like alternate reality. They each took different turns at certain points in reality, and that's why they're different. But most of the landmarks are the same in most of the areas. The Shadowfell was the domain of the Raven Queen, the goddess of death. It is home to the Shadowkai, which is the Void Elves, which are a grouping of elves that are, for the most part, to almost everybody ever, they will never see a Shadowkai. They're of lore and story, but only people who go to the Shadowfell would ever really see them, or someone who is being hunted by the Raven Queen. A Shadowkai might be the last thing they ever see. But yeah, so the Shadowfell is definitely something that is in lore known of, but not many people have experienced it themselves.
Turning to the party, I am certain that I can glean some information regarding this city given a few days' time. Perhaps we should further investigate if that is the destination we seek, and if there is anything this city holds of interest to us.
Well, if we don't get the portal established, then we have a long trek back over the seas again, past a giant sea creature that wants to eat us.
Incorrect. If you recall my discussion at the beginning of the voyage, I can return us at any time back to Dracarius.
Hmm,
I
fair
could do
enough.
so now if necessary. But I can only take us to Dracarius. I could not, for example, take us back here, as there is not a temple
Yeah,
I am
works for me.
affiliated to.
Does that work on different planes?
I have never actually tried this, so I'm not certain that I would wish to try it from another dimension. Let me consult my notes. Look at the spell.
So if you banish yourself, and then...
Word of recall. It says nothing about planes. Can word of recall cross planes 5e?
I'm gonna say yes.
Yes, it does what it says. Well, I'm getting mixed answers.
Either way, that place seems interesting to me, and I want to check it out before we leave Niratima. Whether that's where we need to go or not, that's one of my stops.
Well, if we're not going inside the gates here, I don't see any reason to lollygag around. We should start heading whatever direction Screech thinks that she knows that we're going to, and then hopefully it's en route. If not, it'll be a detour one way or another. But we have two destinations, and this place doesn't seem to be either one.
The guard sort of leans forward. He's like, yeah. Watson has many, many pleasures here. And anything you are looking for, you can find within reason.
Except magic.
Now, we have magic. We just don't have a guild dedicated to it.
Is there a place that people who practice and study magic tend to dwell?
We have many temples. We have plenty of apothecaries and shops of the sort. But you're open to practice magic anywhere you like here. There are no rules regulating against that. Just don't target someone maliciously.
Oh, definitely not me. Maybe Chaplin, but we'll keep him under control.
Well, if you have a map, I can point you around to some places.
Is there any practitioners of magic that work directly for the Emperor?
He has his advisors, yes. But no offense, but they would not want to speak with you.
What if we represented the kingdom of another continent that wished to strike a bargain?
Well, are you proclaiming to be an advisor for some other leadership, or?
We will say a temporary ambassador of sorts.
Yeah. I mean, you would more than likely already have sent word to the Emperor, and he would be awaiting your arrival then, right?
That's forewarning doesn't seem to be how our continent does things.
We were sent in order to attempt to contact the local mages guild to set this up. However, I'm not certain that this town possesses sufficient magics to have a mages guild.
There's plenty of magic to have, but if you're looking for a guild, you would probably want to go to Peak Ascendants. They're dwarfs. They are an odd bunch, but they are the only large established guild on the Niratima. Practicers of magic, if you will. That's on the west side of Niratima. But if you're looking to Mathog or anything, it's all the same path to get you there. You need to get through the sands before, and then you can choose, which path you want to take,
Where
Cliff,
do we find a map?
finish this.
He chuckles. He's like, you walked past 30 people from the docks to here to get a map. But if you wish to speak with any of the advisors or the emperor, you'll need to set something up. We would need some formal written communication, and we will set a date up, and then you can discuss whatever it is you need to. And in the meantime, you are free to partake in one of the many beautiful establishments we have here, in many enjoyments we have.
Well, if you are an empire that feels that you have everything that you need right here, then I have nothing to offer. So perhaps we will investigate some of these other locations you have so gracefully advised.
But as I said, the desert is it's not kind. So if you choose to leave, you choose to leave, and that's fine. You are free to do so. But you'll be back here. Yeah. Everyone comes back to Wetson. What were you gonna say now, Bob?
So, word of recall, there's some stuff that just is not clarified. As far as can it cross planes, it doesn't say, and so
If it doesn't say it can't, it can.
However, it is a teleportation effect. The spell teleport can't. Also, the other question is, can I set multiple sanctuaries? Did it instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary? You must designate a sanctuary by casting the spell at that location. It doesn't say you can't, and the wording doesn't preclude that there can only be one sanctuary, but it's kind of nebulous. Obviously, I could only designate a sanctuary at a temple appropriate to God, sufficient for chaplain.
Which basically any.
Any.
Yeah.
I was going to say there's like 3 or 4, but I suppose most of them would work. The question is, do you want us to be able to teleport both ways to places we have been before? It does take a tier 6 spell to do so.
I'm completely okay with that. Like, the wording makes it seem like that's how they want it to be. Like, why would they even say it like that way? You instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary.
Yep.
The only predication I would say on that is it does specifically say teleport with a capital T. So it would have to follow the same rules of teleport.
And I think teleport says it can't cross planes. Let me look up teleport. Teleport's 5e.
So you go to a place and you'll unlock the fast travel.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that works. Previously designated sanctuary.
Teleport is 7th level and says same plane of existence.
Okay, then we would stick with that, especially if it's a more powerful spell. Also, teleport has a mishap chance.
Yes. However, for very familiar, which aligns to a deity, a temple, would probably fall under that.
Right, which means you have a 75% chance of success. You only have a 10% chance of being off target, so you're still within, you're not exactly where you wanted to be, but you're there. You have a 7% chance of being in a similar area, so like you might teleport to another temple of the same deity, but somewhere else. And then you have a 5% chance of just a fucking mishap happening. So
if you want to do that, that's fine.
I do want to do that, just for the
Okay.
fact of, with you being able to cast this to anywhere you want to go to and recall back at a whim, you're testing fate at that point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so I'm cool with that, and as long as you're cool with a 5% chance of it fucking up, just be aware
Sure.
that you have that 5% chance.
And worst case scenario, we have to survive that place for a day and then
And then
We can
teleport
go
back, yeah.
To clarify, I believe I am able to take us to any previously designated temple. If there is a temple of a deity that is at least not at odds with me in the city, I could allow us to return here at a later date.
Oh, perfect.
If you would like to visit a temple with me, I would be glad to do so.
Yeah, that's usually what we do when we get to a new city. Just straight to the temple, straight to the tavern, look
However,
at valuables.
I do not believe I can cross planar boundaries, and bearing in mind what the city of Matog is, there is likely a much higher risk of failure in some manner when trying to teleport away from that location.
So we won't go there.
What I'm saying is if we do go there, we would likely want to travel a day or two away from that location before attempting to teleport home.
If we're able
It's fine
to.
with me.
That being said, perhaps we should designate a sanctuary now. Have I seen any obvious temples? I assume that's
yeah,
a
for
thing
sure.
I'm always actively looking for.
For sure. Yeah, I won't even make you roll for that.
Like I have the passive elven searching, but just for temples.
Yeah.
What deities?
A lot. Are there any in particular that you're looking for?
Right. I was smart and I moved my. I thought I was smart. Oh, right.
Here's what I'll say to just be a little bit of a dick about it if you're going to be able to teleport on a whim. You have to have at least one piety with a god to be able to teleport to their temple.
I don't know what you used in the list I gave you, but that still gives me Corellian, Jackal, Mistra.
Yeah,
maybe
any of the ones that
Java?
you sent me that you have a that you've done something positive for, you have a +1 with.
I'm certain that this city has a temple for the god of the sea. It's a fucking coast city.
Yes. That one, the funny thing about that one is it's actually a smaller one, and you actually noticed it right off the docks.
But always I'm going to prioritize temples of the Jackal if they are present.
There is.
That's where we're
Cool.
going. I could
Stop
easily
by
piss
and-
off the god of the sea real quick. I'm not going to piss off the Jackal real quick.
Before we head there, Absol's gonna stop and grab a map.
You're gonna what?
Run and grab a map at the dock.
Okay. So you see a lot of people hawking different maps of different types. Are you looking to get a map of Aniratima or a map of Wetson?
Both, if he can.
Yes.
Seeing that we're gonna travel around a lot.
Sure. The map of Aniratima, there's mostly just like one map that you're seeing of that. There seems to be kind of like the universal map of the continent. And then as far as of the city itself, it almost looks like everybody who's selling a map of the city is selling like their own version of it with their own, POIs and everything. So yeah, but you could easily do that. It would only cost you a couple gold. We'll say first person you ask about it, They want 15 gold for both maps.
That's fine with me.
All right.
Arkin, I understand that the destination I am currently heading towards, the Temple of the Jackal, is not likely one you are heavily interested in visiting. If you would like, Screech and I can go to this temple, and I will perform the research I can, as well as set it as a return point, and you and Absol can gather information at taverns. I'm also happy to accompany you on such trip if you would like to accompany me to the temple.
There it is.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
So there's your map of Aniratima.
That's fucking cool as shit.
Were you talking right now, John? I don't know if you muted or not.
Sorry. Yeah, Arkin's already pushing Absol off into their own direction.
Just trying to be nice. It does mean slightly split time, but Absol and Arkin aren't going to glean information in a chapel, and Chaplain's not going to glean much information outside of a chapel.
Yep. So what's your guys' game plan? Like, what's your intention besides setting a recall point, Bob?
I plan to ask information about, because it's the Temple of the Jackal and knowledge, what affiliation Kenku have to this island, or what if there have been any cities for Kenku hotspots on the island, and that since we are trying to establish a magic back and forth, where he would suggest us going to try and make that happen.
Okay. Perfect. Ark and Absol, what's your guys' plan here?
We actually going to a tavern, or do you want me to see if I can get in contact with someone?
Your call, which will be more useful.
If we go to a tavern, we could get information on the entirety of Aniratima. If I call one of my people, we're just gonna get some secrets about the city. And from the sounds of it, we're not gonna be staying in the city too long.
All right, so let's go. Like I said, following you.
I was gonna look around for like a busy tavern.
All of them look really busy. This is a large place. This city that you're in. I mean, it's multiple hundreds of thousands of people that live here. Like I said, this is the biggest city that any of you have ever been to.
Then he's gonna make a note of where Chaplin's Temple of the Jackal's at and pick one relatively close to that so he doesn't get lost.
All right. Yeah, I mean, as odd as it seems, temples and taverns go hand in hand, so they're usually not too far from one another. So yeah, you could find, a handful within spitting distance of where the temple's at.
All right. I'm just gonna walk into Run and shove Arkin over to the bar. Like, come on, let's get some actual food.
Okay, Cliff, just so the audience can see the weird, cool-ass shit you did with this map, can you zoom in on Matog just to show that off? Because it took me a minute to realize what you had done there. The city on top of a city. Mirrored. That shit's cool.
There's a lot of interesting lore here.
I'm sure we're gonna explore all of it.
I'm sure you'll
I'm-
never touch any of it, and I made it all for nothing, but it's fine.
We'll spend 2 sessions here and leave for another continent.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So yeah, Assel's gonna sit down. He's gonna place his money already on the counter and fold out the map.
Yeah, and a barkeep will walk up and, what are you gonna be having?
Whatever kind of ale you have for me, some water, ice for my brother, and whatever this. And he slides over 18 gold. Can get us to eat. That's not fish. We've been on a boat for the past month and a half.
She kind of looks at you and smiles. Not a seafood fan, huh?
I love fish, but after a month and a half of it, I'm want something else.
All right, well, we definitely have a wide variety of food here, so
It's gonna be camel.
we don't eat camel unless it dies. So she takes some money and she heads back out, starts preparing things. Is there anything in particular you guys are going to be asking anybody, doing anything, or are you talking amongst yourselves? Like, what's the game plan right now?
As soon as the food gets back out, use the money that I gave you to pay for the food. Whatever's left over, you can keep. If you sit here, talk to us about this map, and he's like pointing to different locations, routes that are safe-ish to get to these places, and I don't know, stuff that a local would know about the continent.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. She gives you a little grin and she sits down next to you. She's like, okay, so what specifically are you looking for?
So, I know me, I'm going to this Mott Hog place. What?
She laughs. Mathig.
Yes. And on the way there, we're gonna be heading to Peak Ascendance, he said. Right. Yeah, this
Sure.
the place with the dwarves, I guess.
She's like, well, there's only one major route from here to anywhere. And she just kind of like points off in a general direction. She's like, if you follow the main road down, there's a path that'll cut through. It's the only advisable route I would give if you're going anywhere. Most people, they don't cut through the desert. They follow the river. Any supplies you may have forgot. Last stop is aptly named, as it is the last place that you can go to stock up there, because you have a week's travel from there through nothing but desert with nothing around you, no water, no nothing. Once you get through the Devil's Peaks, and don't let the name scare you, it's just the clearing between the mountains, you'll start getting into more hospitable land. Fortunis is a beautiful city. That's where most people, if they're going to be leaving here to go anywhere, that's where they typically go. Mathig, I would not recommend even going to.
We already got the whole explanation.
Well, let's just say I've known a fair share of people in my life that have went and never came back. It has its own rules. But once you get past the mountain range from Fortunas, you can go to anywhere that you want, really. There's a path that'll take you to the staircase to Ascendance. The dwarves there typically don't speak with outsiders, but if you're looking for an ancient mages guild, that's definitely where you would go to.
That sounds perfect.
And then far southwest is Bornan, which is, if you enjoy the mountains and cities built within there, then it's a beautiful place. They have teachings of ancient fighting styles. One of the oldest armies on and near Atima reside there.
That could be interesting. One more thing. Have you ever seen on this continent little bird people?
Little bird people?
Yeah, and also like puts his head close to the ground a lot closer than he should. Yeah, about this big. Kenku?
Okay, you actually say Kenku?
Yeah.
Okay, because I rolled for her insight.
We got some pigeons.
You don't see a lot of Kenku around here, no. Especially not in the northern parts. Maybe someone in Fortunas would be able to help out if you're... Are you looking for someone in particular, or...?
My buddy's on some grand expedition to find the lost secrets of Kenku here, and got a book leading us to this continent, so here we are.
Oh, okay. I don't really know much about that. But there's a lot more of Aarakocras than Kenku, but like I said, you'd probably have better luck there. Most of the Aarakocras that I've known, they prefer wooded areas over desert areas. Although there are some that do, prefer the sand and the heat.
Fortunas, born on staircase leading up to the peak. Okay.
Yeah, you guys, hope you're up for some travel, because if you're looking to go there, I mean, you have, with the fastest mounts, a month's travel ahead of you.
Yeah, that's our life. Always on the move.
Well, anything else that I can try to help with?
I think that's plenty.
All right, well, your food will be out shortly.
Thank you very much. And rolls up the map and stuffs it away.
Well, this doesn't sound like it's going to be a pleasant journey.
No, a lot of sand and sweat, and then maybe if we get through it, we get to the wooded area.
Great. And this wild goose chase or wild kenku chase is still worth it to you?
After the orcs with the lightning, it stopped being worth it.
Uh-huh. I freaking almost died. I don't, yeah. Whatever.
Hey,
Well-
Ancient army with secret fighting styles could be interesting.
Interesting to who and for what? What does that do for us?
I don't know, maybe they know what different ways you can stab people in the back.
My ways seem to be pretty effective.
Anyways, I might find something I need in Mathog.
Uh, Fine. Well, let's just get this done as fast as possible. This was not supposed to take this freaking long. You know what? It's my thing. It took like 2 days, and then we were back at Dracarius and everything. It's like, okay, Chaplain, your turn. Oh, I don't know what to do. I am always conflicted. So he picks nothing. So we skip him. We go to fucking Screech, and then she's like, I want to go on a voyage to fucking the middle of nowhere. Don't feel like this is balanced.
Back when it's your turn again, you need to pick better.
Yes, I'm picking something that's going to take us like 5 years and crosses dimensions.
A life journey.
Exactly. Anyways, let's eat and get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Over at the temple, as you walk in there, Bob, there are a few people that are there worshiping currently, and you see one of the advisors of the Jackal is there, one of the silver mask wearing ones.
Are those ambassadors or emissaries?
These are ambassadors. Emissaries are wearing the gold masks.
Excuse me, ambassador. Is now an acceptable time to speak to you?
Yes, Chaplain. What is it?
I am hoping to glean some information regarding this continent, and, with your permission, to set this place as a sanctuary to recall to it as necessary.
I permit the second one. As far as the questions, what questions do you have?
We have traveled here in search for... we have traveled here based off of data from a ancient book from the Kenku race. We are attempting to track down further information about the Kenku that were once here. Is there a specific place that Kenku resided here in the past or currently do? By here, I mean this continent.
There are no singular locations that Kenku call home. As far as places there were, there are rumors of before they were afflicted.
And the text we are following is of a rather ancient dialect, and that thus this is possible.
And from the little information that we have regarding it, it was somewhere central and near Atima is the location where the ritual was performed to change Kenku from what they were to what they are now. But all we have to go off of are texts, ancient texts, and they are not very specific.
Does this ritual have a name?
There was a few names that it went by, but the Kenku people just call it the betrayal.
Thank you. Further, there are many things of interest on this continent. One of the other reasons we have traveled here is to attempt to establish a portal connection to Dracarius, which would require a Mage's Guild or equivalent somewhere on this continent that is willing to work with us. What locations are sufficiently magically apt to handle a portal location?
Well, any place that has someone who is dedicated to Arcana could create it. But if you're looking for a place that would be easiest, Peak Ascension would be your best location.
That is the dwarves, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That will likely be our first destination. A small curiosity. To the west, there is a pyramid or something of that nature named Manekt. Can you tell me anything about that location?
Amonkhet is an ancient location of a deity that was worshipped that never actually made it to godhood. The local nomads still worship there, but it's not a place that outsiders go to.
Interesting. Thank you. The last major concern is I believe our group wants to head to Matog. And we have heard much indicating that this is a bad idea. Particularly rumors of the Shatter Kai. What can you tell me about these Void Elves?
Well, in general, they used to be the thrall of the Raven Queen. But after her death, a lot of them have separated from association with death. There is nothing innately wrong with Smathog. It's just things work differently in the Shadowfell than they do here on Arrakis. And
I imagine... Apologies. Continue.
No, by all means, go on.
I imagine teleportation in and around that city may be complicated due to its proximity to the Shadowfell.
Teleporting from here to there, yes. Teleporting from Mathog to anywhere else within the Shadowfell would be no different than teleporting anywhere across Arrakis.
So Matog is effectively considered in the Shadowfell.
Correct.
Interesting.
When you are in Mathog, you are in the Shadowfell. Unless you go to the Mathog that is on the Prime Material Plane, which is physically located in the Shadowfell.
That makes sense. Kind of.
It
And does not encourage me to visit that location.
The war did many strange things, and one of the strangest was its effect on Mathog, which was in the central of the conflict. But essentially, the portion of Aniratima that surrounds there, that the locals call the Field of Corruption, was pulled directly from the Shadowfell and resides here on the Prime Material Plane. But because the things that happen in the Shadowfell also help it happen here, when the location was pulled from Shadowfell to here, the location from here was pushed to the Shadowfell.
Logical.
It is an interesting place, and I would recommend, if you are curious about that, or if you are curious about anything surrounding the god of death, the goddess of death, the Raven Queen, or whomever has the title now, that would be a decent place to start looking. We are currently investigating there as well.
Was not the god of death a small child? Currently.
That is the vision that we received, but we do not have location on who she is.
Interesting. One more side tangent, if I may.
Of course.
My studies have indicated that Warforged may be more prevalent on this continent, as this is where a great war in the past has happened.
Correct.
Do you know of any locations that Warforged would be presently active, or at least have more knowledge?
There are a few small settlements scattered throughout the sand that are home to old Warforged tribes that survived through the war. I would not necessarily recommend you seek them out.
I understand sufficient of my construction to know that I would not be welcomed in the presence of actual Warforged. Thus, I was hoping perhaps to find places where Warforged were constructed to perhaps learn more about myself.
The places where you were constructed no longer exist.
Understood.
But if you are looking to find out more of your past, I can't fault you for looking that way. Just, you seem to have an idea of what's in store for you if you do.
I do, and thank you. I believe that is all the clarification I have for the moment.
Please set up your sanctuary in the courtyard. I don't want you
Understood.
disturbing anything going on in the building with your travels.
Thank you. And Chapin will... Does the Temple of the Jackal take anything in the way of tithes?
It's all knowledge based. One of the things that the Jackal does is basically, by worshiping to the Jackal, he uses you as a conduit for information. So anybody who directly worships the Jackal, the teeth that they pay essentially is the knowledge that they have.
Gotcha.
He doesn't take anything physical, though.
And I've openly offered my information to him anyway. Seeing if I had any notes and shit that I didn't need anymore, but I think I need everything I have. Okay. Then I will go to the courtyard, cast Word of Recall, which is only a single action, but it is my tier 6 spell, so...
and when you cast it, what's it look like? What happens? What does Screech see?
Instantaneous, and it only has a verbal component. So I imagine that setting the sanctuary itself isn't actually so grand. It's probably just a glowing of my eyes and my feet as I make a connection to the location.
Okay.
So Screech probably doesn't actually even notice that I've done it because it's a word or two, a faint light, and then done.
Okay.
The actual transmission itself to the location is probably much more grand.
Okay.
Did we long rest after the Kraken before arriving in this city?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys had a couple days of travel still.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and... If I didn't do that...
There we are. Okay.
Actually, let me do it this way to make it a little bit easier, just in case anybody else is fucked up, too. Let's do that.
Alrighty. Then Chaplain will wait with Screech in the courtyard, because they knew where I went. I didn't know where they went. I wish I had something to tithe or give to the Jackal, but...
Low
all I
key,
have is
you give him a lot.
Yeah, I figured I learn a bunch of weird nonsense, and so he's already getting fairly decent off of my deal.
Oh.
And after you guys are done in the tavern, what are you guys gonna do?
Um, After we finish eating, Absol's just gonna sit back for a few minutes, not really doing anything. Then he'll go back to the temple. Motherfucker, I can't even feed anymore.
The temple is like chaplain daycare.
Megan, to catch you up. They're in Wetsund, which is northernmost near Atima. Zoom out so you can see they're here. The party is split right now. Chaplain and Screech are at the Temple of the Jackal. Chaplain now has the ability to set up sanctuary recall points, so he went there to get some information and to set up that recall point. Absol and Arkin, they did the honorable thing and they went to the tavern to get mead and to get information. And now they are gonna do whatever they want to do.
Actually, if I'm waiting a bit for the party to come collect me, I have some time and a good place to cast a spell. Legend lore only takes 10 minutes.
Okay.
And it needs the name of something legendary and so on. And I have a name of... Shit, I had it written down.
The betrayal.
The Betrayal. Thank you. I want to know what I can know about the Betrayal.
Yeah, so as you do, as you cast your legend lore, you start seeing, this pretty grand looking, village, and it is a mix of different, aviarian races. It is, you're seeing, Kenku, you're seeing the Aarakocra, but the Kenku, you notice they look different than they do today. They don't resemble Screech as much as they resemble. They look more youthful. They look more spry, and you're actually seeing the. You see some of them fly in and land, and they are talking. And you're seeing two people that have these headdresses on that you assume are some sort of chieftain or leaders that are talking to one another. And there's this roaring fire, and you see this huge tribal sprawl, this giant roost around it. And at some point during this conversation, you don't hear the conversation, you just see it happening. Everything is sort of muted in tone. And you see the larger bird, the Aarakocra, pull out a blade and stab this Kenku right in the side. And you see the Kenku look up to it in horror. And as it pulls out this blade, it drips some of the blood into this bowl as it starts mixing it about. And it grabs a handful of this mush that's in there and it throws it in the fire. And your entire view turns to this monochromatic shade of red as you see the flame roar with this giant red flame. And you see the Aarakocra take the remaining amount of the mush and rub it on his face as he's saying something that you can't hear the words to, but you can definitely see from the effects happening that there is some incantation going on. And as he says the final words and he clenches his fist, you see this cloud form over the Kenku on the ground, and you start seeing Kenku all around falling from the sky, just dropping. And go ahead and give me a Arcana roll, please, Chaplain.
Someday I need to get proficient in that. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay. And you recall hearing about this event, but it was told to you differently. And the event, you recall the name of it being the Spell Plague. And the last thing you see is kind of a close pan in on this Kenku on the ground as these other Kenku are falling from the sky, and you see the Kenku's beak begin to wither and turn into what looks like a raisin in appearance almost, as it kind of wrinkles in on itself, and you see them start to get that gaunt and sort of kind of gangly appearance that Kenku are known for, and it closes its eyes and it opens them, and as it does, you see the eyes are just this pale yellow, and around the rim of them is blood, and that's where you come out of your vision.
Screech, how much do you know about the Era Kokra? Do they like
Big
Kenku?
birds, they fly.
Do Kenku and Era Kokra get along?
Screech gets along with everyone.
I see.
Do you know any of them?
I do not. However, I believe that the initial affliction, or the initial bad thing that happened that made Kenku no longer able to fly, was caused by Aarakocra, and was referred to as the Spell Plague, if that helps your research.
She's just looking at you.
I would urge you to not completely trust any Aarakocra you meet initially, as past history indicates they may not be friendly towards you.
Not all are bad.
No, however, it was an Aarakocra that prevented the Kenku from being able to fly.
Aarakocra, bad friend.
Correct. Or at least they were in the past. I'll wait for the rest of the group. It's a 5th level spell, but it's nice to get some information.
Yeah, so I mean, after 45 minutes or so, Absol and Arkin, from the time they left, they would be back.
Hello, Arkin, Absol. Welcome back. Did you learn anything of value?
Yeah. There's a path, we gotta take the path.
And what is our destination?
Fortunas.
I am not aware of that location. The locations that I know of are the peaks where the dwarves are that we may be able to establish a waypoint.
Yeah, they're gonna need some convincing. They don't talk to outsiders.
Do you believe that that is a worthwhile venture? Bear in mind that if for some reason we decide we need to return to Dracarius, we can do so and return to this city at a later date.
Oh, no, we're gonna convince them.
Understood. I've learned a little bit of information regarding the ritual that caused Kenku to no longer be able to fly. It was caused by an Aarakocra, which indicates that they may not be friendly towards Kenku should we run across any. It was performed on this
How
continent.
long ago was that?
I do not know specifics, but it was a great amount of time ago.
And shit's in the past. Let's just try to figure out how to fix it now.
All the same, dwarves still do not like elves. Likely
I
from...
mean, now you're just being judgmental.
Also, in case you were not aware, this continent is far more likely to have Warforged present on it. However, based off of my research, should we encounter other Warforged, they will likely be hostile towards me.
Why?
I
What'd you
am
do to them?
It is that I am constructed differently.
Is this
And
another judgy thing that you got going on right now?
It's just built into your programming. Just judge everyone on first appearance.
I have no ill will towards other Warforged. However, my research over the past month on the boat indicates that they may not like me, as I would not necessarily be considered a true Warforged, and they may think me less important, less sentient. An abomination is probably a better term.
So what about your face don't they like?
It is perhaps less my faith and more my construction.
Oh no, I said your face.
First and foremost, most most Warforged actually are much more rugged or.
Not pretty.
Thank you. Their mouths tend to be more beak-shaped, and they almost all possess a symbol on their forehead, which is their name, in an essence. I do not possess this.
Kinda. You got like the 3 gems.
Correct. However, it is not the same language, if you will. I'm simply warning you that should we come across other Warforged, expect things to be tense.
So how are your gems interpreted in their language? Is it just like an insult, like "fuck you, I'm gorgeous, you're not," and that's why they hate you?
I am not certain. However, I imagine it would simply be taken as I do not have a name.
So you must die?
I'm gonna.
Can they just ask, like, "Hey, what's your name?" No, it's like, "I don't know your name."
I've never met another Warforged, so I am running off of speculation.
Ah, you've met another chaplain though.
Correct, which is also, I believe, only 30 chaplains were created. Somewhere around 30 chaplains were created, and that is as many as is existed of.
I think it was 16.
It was a number over 20.
I think it was
So
16.
they
The
don't
number-
believe that you're a Warforged. What do you claim yourself to be? Do you still believe you're a Warforged, or do you agree with them that you're not?
I am not concerned with what I am. I am concerned with what I do. My construction is of little consequence except for what I am capable of achieving.
You're just chaplain.
Correct.
So do you think it better to put back on your old disguise then? Is that what you're saying?
Ooh,
Most
that's
of
gonna
the
be
Warforged-
hot here.
Most
You
of the
get hot.
Warforged present. Yes.
I mean, he gets cold, so in theory.
Fortunately, my robes are mostly white and will help reflect the heat. Most of the Warforged on the continent, I believe, are in small tribal groups, and thus should be easily avoided. I hope.
I mean, I'm gonna assume that everyone's neutral with mostly everyone until they get angered.
Until they
So
punch
if we
Chaplin
run
in the
across,
face.
yeah, until if we run across some other Warforged, they have no right being angry with any of us. You know,
So,
unless they're assholes.
right, so with
I-
Warforged, is it like if one does like get insulted by your face and like punches you, is it like an honor duel thing where like you both have to face off one on one?
I am not certain. Also, I would not care. It is their belief and not mine.
Aha. So do you explain that to them as they're continuing to punch you in the face?
What I am saying is that I would not care to have a 1-on-1 honor duel, I would prefer that you defend me. And perhaps a better way to describe the difference is that I am created as a antithesis to what a Warforged is created for. By name and nature, a Warforged is created to destroy things. I am created to heal, repair, and fix things. And that combined with my abnormal construction would be the antithesis to what a Warforged is, and I would be considered as a fake. I do not know if that means that they would be hostile, but at minimum, they would very much dislike me. But enough of that. I simply wish for you to be aware should the situation arise.
Okay, so if you insult another Warforged with your very existence, you want us to jump in and kick the shit out of them, and then you'll be victorious, and then you can collect a trophy off of him, and then you can walk around with all these trophies of other Warforged you've slain, so then the next one thinks twice about fucking with you. I like the way you think. I'm with you on this.
Arkin, if someone doesn't like you and attacks you, do you carry parts of their body around with you?
I mean, I don't have that problem.
Absol like tucks in barrels. He's like, yeah, Arkin, that's weird.
He like glares at you. All right, well, let's go find us some camels. Just gonna grab somebody walking down the street. Hey, where can we find camels?
Give me a D6.
This is how you insult someone with your very existence.
He kind of like shrugs off. He's like, fuck off.
I'm not certain of that location.
Pulls out a dagger.
You're pulling out a dagger in public? He kind of puts his hands up. He's like, the fuck, you lunatic? Ease off. He starts walking backwards with his hands up.
Arkin, please, that is not necessary.
He's being a dick.
That does not mean you should commit violence against him.
No, he's being insulting. See, I get it now. I get. Now I get the other Warforged. I see. Okay. Anyways, you fuck off, asshole. And unless someone stops him, he's gonna go and grab. He's like walking towards the next person walking.
Arkin,
Are you just grabbing random people and saying, where can I get a camel?
He's about to do it again.
I'm gonna try and stop you.
Okay.
Arkin,
What?
what you are doing could be considered assault. Perhaps let us not do something that will get you on a wanted
I
poster.
didn't stab the last guy.
You drew a weapon on him.
Yes, because he was being a dick.
That being a dick is perfectly legal. Drawing a weapon on someone is not.
That seems pretty dickish to me.
I do not believe that the law cares about dickish. It cares about knife. I am simply concerned of you being arrested. Feel free to be a dick, but do not draw a weapon on someone unnecessarily.
Absol, you have spells that can like pew, pew, without like it being a weapon, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Because I want to be law abiding and everything, like Chaplin said. So if
I'm
someone
pretty
else be's
sure
a
that's
dick, then
illegal.
you can just shoot them.
Didn't the guards say not to like attack people with spells?
I mean, if they prove it.
How would they prove that?
Exactly. Now you get it.
Chaplain's gonna walk off and look for a merchant.
All three of you, give me an insight check.
Probably near the gates leading out. Now that I think about it. Inside, where the fuck are you? There you are.
So, Absol and Chaplain, both of you recall the guard specifically telling you to follow the main road to the end of the city, and that's what the camels are at.
Arkin, please follow me. I know where the camels are at.
Ah, perfect. Why didn't you say so in the beginning? Let's go.
Because I was busy attempting to prevent you from stabbing people. Please do not stab the camels.
No, of course not. They're not being a dick to me.
Makes sense.
Right.
You have never met a camel, have you?
No, have you?
I've heard stories.
Are they dicks?
I think they try to eat hair, clothing, and spit at people. I may be confusing it with similar animals. All the same. Let's go find some fucking camels.
All right, fucking camels this way.
Does Chaplain actually say fucking camels?
Yeah, like, damn, Chaplain.
You know, hold on.
I mean, he's already been a pirate. I mean, so he we're making progression.
Yeah, no, he says fucking camels.
Yes.
Okay. The heat must be getting to him.
Or the arch.
No, it's more the one more city with a wanted sign.
I know, we gotta collect them all.
So as you guys follow the main road, which the main road is, it's a wide, like 20-foot path with these huge, like carved cobble out of sandstone. And from the castle itself, there's like a main path that goes all the way down to the end of the city. Basically, it goes all the way south through on the eastern half of the city. The city is split in half by the river. And as you follow it through, everybody go ahead and give me a perception roll. Absol, you do not have to do this at disadvantage.
Watch me fail. Ah,
All of you, Arkin, give me a Constitution save. You guys start seeing Arkin look a little queasy, and as you guys start walking, this smell of hot camel shit just fills your nostrils as you get towards the end area here, and you see that there is this building that is isolated from everything else, that is just this small little shack with this fence around it, and there is just this pack of camel behind, and with the sun being basically like directly overhead at this point, and there being not much of a breeze to clear the air, it is super pungent. You're on mute, John.
muted, John.
Do they ever scoop the shit around here? Oh god. It's like tearing off like cloth to wrap around his face. Okay, someone go and pay for this so we can go and ride away from this place, please.
Absol's like fidgeting with his ring, then he just puts his hand up to his face. He's like, okay, what do we need? Like 3? Chaplain, you running?
Perhaps it may be best for me to also have a camel. I am not certain what sand does to me on a prolonged exposure.
All right. Okay. And he's just gonna walk over to anyone that looks like he's tending to them or has like a booth.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a small little shack, and inside there is this small little gnome with just golden brown skin, and he's just sort of kicked back with his feet up, and he has this white cloth just draped over his face, and as you guys approach, he kind of just pulls it down, and he's like, "Ah, a customer."
Yes. He still got like his ring right up to his face. Um, 4 camels. You have 4 camels. He like looks out the window. We need 4.
Oh, there's no window. Like you're still outside, kind of.
Uh, okay.
It's just like a little shack. Like it's like a booth. It's a kiosk. It's a camel kiosk. Um, and he's like, you get used to the smell. It's like, yeah. 4 camels. It's 400 gold.
Okay. Do I have that? I do. Okay. Yeah, he takes it out real quick. Puts it in 4 piles. Like, all right.
Ark is like patting his pants, like he's reaching for his gold pot. Oh, okay, you got it. Good.
Getting us out of here. You can pay me back later.
Yep, I will mark that down.
Excuse me, sir. I would like to clarify. We have heard that these camels will return here on their own volition should we send them back. Is that
Oh,
correct?
yeah. They're trained.
And how do they know when to return and when to stay the night so that we're not stranded?
Well, that's easy. You just tell them the key word and they run back.
And what would that key word be?
And he stands up on the desk. And he's like, Kya! And as he does it, you hear the camels in the background like, no.
All right, Screech, you got that right.
He's like, Kya! No.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Screech, please do not repeat that sound unless we ask you to.
He's like, just give it a slap on the ass and tell it to go back. Other than that, they're trained to follow the path.
That is
If
acceptable.
you start taking them out into the desert somewhere and they get spooked, you're gonna be finding yourself with your ass in the sand and the camel off in the distance.
Is there anything that particularly spooks these camels out in the desert?
You not a lot of desert experience for you?
What gave it away?
Well, the general look of disdain on your face
Wearing
pertaining to
black
the
head to
smell of
toe.
these beautiful, majestic creatures.
Yes, that's clearly what's happening here.
So, yeah, there's basilisks. There's dragons. There's fucking minotaur. Like, they don't like any of that.
What kind of dragons?
What do you mean? The big fucking kind that'll bite the camel's head? What do you mean?
What color dragons?
There's a ton of copper dragons.
Interesting.
There's some blue ones probably. I don't venture into the desert to try to find them. But not a lot of food running through there, so you know, camels a good dinner. Not for me, for the dragon.
Oh, I was going to say, should we order a 5th camel for sustenance?
No, but fun fact, you can actually carve out and live inside of a camel's corpse until, you know, if you needed to survive.
Nah, not if they smell like this on the outside.
Oh no, it's foul. It's foul, but I mean, you know, it's life or death. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I would choose that. Anyways, anything else we need to know? It's fucking repugnant in here.
What do the camels eat, and can we procure sufficient to handle the journey?
He's like, oh no, we got you covered with that. And he gives you this backpack that's just full of these grains.
Thank you.
Like, they don't eat very often. Typically only like once a week.
Arkin, Absol, do we have sufficient food for the journey?
You can make food.
It is... I can, if you are comfortable eating that. Perhaps I should stock up on spices before we leave then.
Yes, do that.
We will
So,
take a small detour.
so where are you guys headed to?
Mathog.
What? Why do you want to go there?
Fortunis is our first destination.
See, that sounds more reasonable. The camels, they're not going to take you to Mad Dog, just so you know that.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect as much.
Would it be acceptable to turn them around at Fortunis?
Oh yeah, they'll
Or
make
is
it
that
there. Once you get to the ridge on the other side, just south of Fortunis, they're not going to go through. You got to go through a cave system, or you got to go over the mountains, and you know they don't like that.
That is fine. I would not wish to endanger your investment.
Stick to the road. The camels are trained to follow it. It's gonna follow the river out here. It's gonna go all the way down. You got yourself a couple of days travel before you get the sign of anything. In almost 2 weeks, you'll make it to last stop. If you guys forgot anything and you make it, that's the last place to get anything along the way.
Thank you.
And then after that, you got yourself about a week or so, nothing but sand. Look out there. Get used to that sight. You've seen a lot of it.
Great.
The camels know the trail. How would we visually identify the trail? Are there markers of some form?
Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty much the only way that if anybody is, you know, foolish enough to leave this paradise city we got here and go anywhere else, that's what they would take. So you can find it. The path from here all the way to Fortunis is laid out. You know, some of the areas might be sand washed a little bit, but there's still signs. You can find your way pretty easy. If you venture off the path though, you're on your own.
Would you be knowledgeable about some of the other locations nearby? It seems like there are some remnants of cities to the west and east of last stop.
I mean, I let buried things rest.
That is probably wise.
But yeah, I mean, there's no temple out there. There's no city.
He said temple.
But yeah, I mean, there's
Where is that temple located?
from last stop, it's a couple days journey to the west.
Do you know who that temple was dedicated to?
Something Goliath. I don't know. I'm not really the religious type.
That is acceptable. Thank you. Absol, Arkin, Screech, would you mind if I stopped to grab some spices before we left?
No, let's leave this place.
Yes. Arkin's already leaving.
Okay, I'll use what I got. You're the one eating it.
So if you guys are looking at your map of Aniratima,
Yep.
each square is a day
Yay.
on camel.
Shit.
If you venture off of the path, it's 2 days per square.
Oof. The one saving grace is that just if shit goes south and we need to be home, it just takes a day. Oh,
Or
I'm
you
so
just yell
glad I
Kia and the camel will take you back.
Yeah.
Just stay on the camel.
Yeah, no, okay.
All right, so he gives you each like a backpack that's full of grains. Even the backpack has kind of the smell of camel to it. And he walks out back and he pulls out 4 camels and he gives you guys the leads for them.
Do I have any incense left? I have a censer. Nah, the incense died. Well, camel smell it is.
It's like, don't worry, you get used to it.
I don't want that.
Abs will take him and just start walking back to the city. Few weeks on the desert. Do we need anything, besides food?
Mm, no. Unless you have a way to make camels go faster.
It's about a 15-day journey to last stop.
Is there... I'm not familiar with environments of this heat. Is there any clothing or shelter preparations we should make?
Well, he pulls his coat out. You see this big furry thing? This ain't gonna do well in the desert.
Until
They're more
nightfall.
off wearing something like those people have, and he points to people with the wrappings on and shit.
Are you still
I don't know
talking to
about
the
you.
camel jockey guy?
No, we're walking
Discussing.
away from there.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
All right, we'll deal with what we got.
Arkin's taking off, he's shed his cloak and he's just wrapping it around his head like a turban.
Yeah, so as you guys start walking down, the camels, they kind of just saunder, it's just and it's almost like the rocking of a boat at first, the way that this thing moves,
No.
and it's just following alongside this river, and basically that's what you guys see. To your right, you see this wide river, and you guys are up on a ridge, a dozen or so feet above it, and there's this sort of hardened path from just being traveled so much that the camels just instinctively follow, and you guys are in a single file line as the camel is basically ass to mouth, all the way down. And yeah, and that's what you guys see. You guys see a lot of sand, and it is fucking hot.
What skill?
What's that?
What skill is used for navigation?
It depends on how you're trying to do it. Survival or nature.
Gotcha. Because we determined Absol was not the best one to be leading us in the past, if I remember. My survival is a +5.
What about Screech? This is her expedition.
Yeah, I mean, Screech is positive she knows where she's going.
That's the problem.
Actually, she...
Fortunately, we don't really need to know where we're going. The camels do right now. We use their rules.
Mm-hmm. Arkin's perfectly fine with letting Screech lead.
Yep. I mean, as long as we're on the path for a while, I know we're heading in the right direction.
Right.
Once we start leading off the path, we might need to discuss some things.
Yeah. Arkin's not even really paying attention. He's just trying to distract himself from the heat and the endless sand dunes with just reading his book.
I want to change my spells out, but that'll be tomorrow morning.
Everybody go ahead and give me a con save.
Oof. This will not be good.
Do I have your bonus, Absol?
Yeah.
What's the
If
bonus?
we're all lined up together.
Yep.
What's the distance you have to be?
10 feet.
Only one of you would really be able to get it.
Then
What's our marching
probably
order?
it would be Arkin.
Yeah.
It's on. Good thing it's on.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that one. That one. Chaplain and Arkin, both of you are feeling the effects of the heat more than everybody else. Chaplain, the bits of metal of your skin that are showing, with them being the dark orange color, they are just attracting the heat from the sun. And you are probably around 20 degrees warmer than everybody else because of this. Arkin, you're having a hard time even focusing on your book because the sweat is dripping off of you so profoundly that it's dripping onto the book, and you have to constantly keep cleaning your sweat off of it. And the first thing you all notice is that not even an hour out, you guys are thirsty. What kind of water did you all bring?
Me.
Yeah,
That's dirty.
Chaplain is our water fountain.
They're like, fuck food and water. We'll just make him burn a 3rd level spell every day. Up to 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water, as long as we have the containers for it. That lasts for 24 hours.
What kind of containers you guys got for water?
Arkin's got his usual water skin that he always uses. Chaplain have like a faucet attachment that I can just
On tap.
Yeah. It tastes like Gatorade.
That is what
I
my
don't
blood
have-
tastes like.
I really don't have a fucking water skin. Oh, I never replaced it when the wolves ate me.
He's like, man, I really should have thought of that.
Hey, Cliff,
Yeah.
can I use an IP? The Robe of Useful Items. It has 4d4 other patches. The DM chooses the patches or determines them randomly. Can I say that some of those patches are water skins?
Sure.
Okay.
Is that what you want to go with? Is just water skins?
Canteens.
Okay.
Larger.
Okay.
Arkin's gonna try and big brain something.
Okay.
It's a little bit of an experiment.
Don't stress yourself.
He is going to actually put his cloak back on and then activate it to go invisible. Hoping that since the sun rays can't absorb into any of the colors that he's wearing or bounce off anything that it's going passing right through him, he will get far less hot.
Sure.
Get out of here with your science.
It's still hot as hell.
Right.
The surrounding ambience is still hot. But yeah, you do get some minor relief from it. You still feel the heat from the sun, but
Right.
differently.
Right.
I am gonna hide under the cloak of arachnidia because it is black silk. It is black, but it's silk, so hopefully it should breathe pretty well.
If he notices anyone like getting wobbly on their camel or it looks like the heat's too much for him, Absol's gonna ride up to him, place his hand on their forehead real quick, and use prestidigitation to make a cold sensory effect on them. It only lasts an hour, but it should help.
Is that a cantrip?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd like giving that to everybody then?
I can only have There's a
I
certain
think
number.
3 active at a time.
Yeah, 3. And it's a cantrip, so I can, whenever it turns off, I can reapply it to people.
Well, Screech looks fine. The camels look fine.
All right, if one
Arkin
of
is-
them,
Arkin
if
is
Chaplin,
missing and Chaplin looks bad.
yeah, if, one tap on Arkin on his forehead, and Chaplin will get him on his forehead and on his back.
You can cook shit on my face right now.
Like go to president, like ah.
Got a fever.
All right, yeah. So you guys just start continuing on your way after you do all this. What is your guys' marching order right now?
The fool's feeling fine. He's gonna take the back, so we can watch if anyone drops off their camel.
So probably Screech, Chaplin, Invisible, and then Absol.
All right. So Arkin, the one thing that you're really noticing with this here is that as you're walking, the camels just lift their tails and shit. So you get to watch 3 or 4 times during this day as Chaplin's camel in front of you just lifts its tail and just drops. And every time it does, you just get hit with that smell. That hot fucking just dank of it all.
Motherfucker.
Go stab the camel.
About to.
And as you guys are traveling through, for the most part, it's pretty uneventful. You don't see a lot of travelers, obviously. You guys start seeing, if you're actually starting to pay attention to, like the surroundings, you start seeing like a lot of the formations, the plateaus, the mountain ranges. It's all pretty singular paleted, you know, it's all sand colored, but there's patches of grass and palm trees along the ridge of the river, and in its own way it has, you know, kind of a beauty to it. The second thing that you guys really notice is by the time nightfall happens, it gets fucking cold. As the sun leaves, you notice that the temperature drops 30 plus degrees. Whereas anybody who is wearing like next to nothing, you're cold at this point. But the desert at night is beautiful. It's super bright still. You can still see basically the same distance as you could in the daytime. Everything is just crystal clear, but darker. But yeah, so it's super cold. Everybody go ahead and give me a con save, please.
Can I do mine with advantage if he puts his coat back on?
Sure.
Good thing. It's still on you, Arkin. God damn.
And just this Arkin has been miserable this entire trip between the stinky camels, the camel shit, the completely just baking in the sun, and then now just freezing at night. Arkin has been very vocal of his enjoyment so far here.
We can't
I'd like
see him
to-
at all, but we could hear him. We're just fucking cussing up a storm.
I'd like to try and make some potpourri for Arkin. Like, so I have herbalism supplies. I have flasks of oil. Figure a little combination of those could make something that smells enough. And I have a sensor on me that I could just like put all the shit in and hang around his fucking neck.
It's just wafting back into Arkin.
See if I can do something to make things smell a little bit nicer for him.
As soon as it starts getting cold, fucking the prestidigitation is going from cold to hot on Arkin.
Perhaps with the cooler temperatures at nighttime, which we are more accustomed to dealing with and have gear to handle, we should simply set up tents or some form of safety from the sun during the day and travel at night.
Whatever. Either way, I'm smelling shit. It's just whether it's hot shit or cold shit.
Can I roll to try and make that potpourri, or are we just good?
We're just good.
Chaplain will fiddle for a few minutes and lean back and offer a sensor to the nothing behind him. If you keep this with you, perhaps it will help mask the smell.
You feel it leave your hand, and then it like goes up to the region where you think his face would be, and then it vanishes too.
He's just gonna be breathing through it.
Unless you guys say anything, the camels just keep walking.
We should discuss this. Should we travel by day or by night, firstly?
Has anyone given these camels any fucking direction, or are they just going?
I do not believe they need direction.
Screech is
good.
eating.
So I'll just tie myself to this damn thing so I don't fall off, and I'll just go to sleep here.
Yeah, if you guys don't care, I'll just stay up, and if someone falls off, I can stop the camels. I mean, I don't need to
believe-
sleep.
I need rest somewhat regularly. I am not certain if I can accomplish that properly while mounted. I can try, but
Get a little power mode on the camel's back.
can I? Don't you, like? I think I. How good is the saddle? Like, will it hold me in place well enough? Or actually, the important question is, do I go stiff while in low power mode? Because if so, just like lock in place and good, we're fine.
He clamps onto the camel.
These are all great questions that you can find out the answer to.
Mm-hmm.
Just let me know what you're doing.
Arkin, you are used to tying yourself to trees, and while a camel is not a tree, I'm sure you could accomplish it. I do not believe that Screech could safely rest on a camel.
Screech, do you have rope?
I don't know if she does or not. Oh god, you guys can make me look through fucking Melissa's inventory. She's like, yeah.
As amusing as your concept is, Arkin, I have yet to hear of people traveling while asleep before, and there's probably good reason for it.
We'll be the first. Besides, Abs will be awake. You worry too much. He starts like, you just see like almost like a ghost is pulling Screech's rope out of her pouch, and it starts like looping around her and tying off.
A small benefit to resting in a stationary position would be the ability for me to prevent undead from attacking us during the night, or for whatever duration we are in that area. I cannot do that if we are moving.
Again, we have someone who's wide awake and has not spent any spells, as far as I know. It's fine.
I will attempt your interesting offer.
As long as they don't attack from the right side, we're fine.
As long as you don't fall off on the right
We're
side.
we're putting watch. That's our plan.
It's fine.
Why do you guys always expect something to attack us? Fine.
Exactly. That's Chaplin. He's always the one worried about the sky falling.
I'm being
I am
encouraged by chat to remind you all that you have 6 bonus die tonight right now.
Interesting. Well, we're going to use that to sleep.
Remember that you do that before you roll. Call that out.
Normally, Chaplin keeps watch while in willpower mode because he's observant. I'm going to say while trying to rest on the camel, he is not able to keep observant.
Okay.
And the extra focus is on not falling off the camel.
Okay.
Stabilizers.
We'll see if
I'm
that
gonna every hour they're resting, if they manage to rest, I'm gonna apply the warm sensation on each of their backs.
He's going to rub our backs as we sleep.
Never mind, I'm doing cold on Chaplin.
Get some sleep, little princess.
It's wonderful.
Seeking lullabies.
Okay. So you guys are all gonna just attempt to sleep on the camel.
We'll give it one try.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it works, we'll keep doing it. If it doesn't, we'll stop. There's
Right.
a little exhaustion amongst
We're gonna
friends.
try it until someone falls. Then we're like, all right, this is where we may camp.
All
Just
right.
leave them where they drop.
Ark is used to this shit. I don't know about you.
If you guys are trying to sleep on the camel's back, go ahead and give me Constitution saves, please.
I'm adding a D6.
I am too.
Okay.
Nice. Nice.
Ah.
So both of you go ahead and make it with a +6.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. Arkin, your first good roll of the night.
Good enough.
I mean,
Thank you, chat.
Screech is totally
The path itself, what is it? Are we walking on sand or are we walking on stone or dirt?
It's like a hardened sand. It's a sand that has been, compressed through foot travel to make it a, hardened path. But there's
So
no
not
like paving
stone.
or anything.
Not asking because I have stone shape or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it.
The only thing I'd be doing with stone shape would be creating shelters at nighttime if we whenever we decide to sleep.
All right. Yeah. So you guys all managed to rest throughout the night.
All right, I'm going to unprepare the water-based spells I have. Water walking is going to be great here.
watch
I
me
mean-
fall in this river.
You guys are walking next to a 80-foot wide river.
Yeah,
So I mean, there's water.
there's water present, but I'd rather prepare things like I don't know, forbiddance and shit. So I'm gonna be distracted for just a minute. The weapon or dawn, like dawn. throughout the day we spent traveling, did we see any life whatsoever?
As far as other travelers?
Creatures.
Oh
Things
yeah,
that might
I mean
stab.
you've seen birds, lizards. When night fell, at one point you've seen on the other side of the river a pack of coyotes.
Okay.
I'll wait for Bob to finish preparing his spells before I drop anything on him, so I can make sure that the thing that I bring up is the one thing he didn't prepare for.
Yeah. Before the water elemental kills us.
I'll lock it in for today. We're
The
good.
water starts rising.
There's a snow golem. What? So, as you guys are traveling through, you're staying up, you said, right, Absol?
Yeah.
So, off in the eastern sky, you start seeing an orange glow as the sun begins to rise. And once it gets over some of like the mountain ridges, and it starts actually casting its light across the horizon, to the south, you see this area in front of you that is just completely occluded in the sky, where it looks like the desert has just lifted up to the sky.
I'm the only one that's seen this.
Everyone else is sleeping.
Bitchin'.
All right, he's just gonna keep watching that area without saying anything. Then.
Okay. And before you really get a chance to prepare, next thing you know, you guys are caught in a sandstorm. Because you didn't alert anybody, they are basically woken up from the sand beating on them. As this just approaches, and out of nowhere, you guys are hit with it. So Arkin, your first experience on day 2 of Aniratima is a sandstorm.
Absol, what the fuck, man?
This shit came out of nowhere.
Let me guess, you didn't see it coming.
I seen something. I don't know what this shit is.
Should we stop and take shelter?
Possibly, probably.
Chapman will get off of his mount and create, set foot on the ground, dig through his pouches and grab a small hunk of clay and create effectively a 5-sided box, and create just a small hut on the ground, on the path, or just a little bit to the side of the path to not be a dick to future travelers, that has one wall missing so that people can get in and so on.
Which direction is the wall facing? Or the opening, rather?
The opposite of the direction that I'm getting hit the most.
Yes.
I mean, the way it's kind of whipping around, you're getting hit from like all angles of it. It definitely seems like it's coming from south to north.
Then I will make it east or west towards the road, and actually I'll do it just a doorway in size.
Okay.
I'm sure the camels are going to be fine just sitting still. They're camels.
Okay.
Because we're not going to fit 4 camels and us in a 5-foot by 5-foot shelter.
It's
Do
5
the
foot by
camels
5
have
foot?
leads?
It's stone shape can, well, okay. Actually, let me ask you. Stone objects, section of stone no more than 5 feet in any dimension and form it into any shape. Can I take a 5-foot cube of stone and shape it into a much larger building because the volume's going to be lesser? Can I make a 10-foot by 10-foot building?
I don't think so. I think that it's specifically as 5 foot by 5 foot, and from the things that I've read about it, like you would have to cast it multiple times to get larger size. And 5 foot by 5 foot, I don't think is big enough for the 4 of you to fit into, because a typical square or grid on a battle mat is a 5 foot square, which means that you're basically one battle grid is what you did.
Well, yeah, but that's people fighting.
Yeah, but I mean, you got
but
4 people that are taking up the space that only one can fight in.
I'll cast it twice to make a 5 foot by 10 foot.
Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, you guys are crammed in there even at that though.
But again, with only one doorway, so that Sand only has one place to get in through, and let's hope the camels don't leave.
The camels all have leads on them, right?
Yeah, they have leads for sure.
Okay.
Wow, conveniently
Screech.
that this building has a place to tie those two.
Or we can just pull out the immovable rod.
Yes. You're going nowhere.
Is that what you want to
I
do?
probably just woke Lisa.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So you guys are trying to like, you guys are gonna try to rein them to. You tie the leads off to the immovable rod.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can have the leads kind of in the house a little bit, so the camels are blocking the door.
I'll also encourage Screech to try and calm the camels.
Okay.
That's the best with animals.
So, so you guys are going to tie the leads off and then have her try to calm the camels.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're gonna smell shit pretty soon.
Oh my fucking god! I rolled a nat 1.
At least they can't run.
So Screech goes, yee!
Wait. Screech has luck. Screech has luck.
Screech does have luck.
That's true. Let's burn
Oh
a
my
luck point
God.
on an animal handling roll.
Worth.
Yeah,
So worth.
I mean, she could object. Oh, I don't see her objecting.
That's better.
Yeah, so Screech is able to pacify the camels. They're a little restless, but you get the idea that this isn't their first sandstorm that they've been through. And yeah, so and their bodies are blocking the doorway enough that you're not getting just bombarded with sand pouring in through it. John, high or low?
No.
High or low?
Low.
But the smell of the camels is just wafting inside of this tiny closet that you guys are in.
Fuck you! I got potpourri.
After about 10 minutes, like basically all you smell is camel in there. I mean, you can huff your sensor, but yeah, other than that.
Got it wrapped around my face. Swear to God, I'm going to stab one of these camels.
Their prestidigitation is working out wonders. And he makes 2 sensory effects right on his nose, so he can't smell it.
He's using 2.
No one else needs it right now.
Wait, what are you using?
My prestidigitation
Okay.
to mask the smell.
Chaplin's used to you guys. Close enough.
Yeah, so after an hour or so, you guys notice the storm has passed, and you're starting to. You guys are like baking inside of this stone closet that you're in at this point. It's probably a good like 130 degrees inside there.
Neat.
Because there's
Yeah,
no
let's-
real circulation and you have the warmth of the camels standing in front of you.
All the same, I'm happy to leave the shelter there, just adjacent to the road where I made it, because it might be a good place for someone to sleep at night in the future. because I do realize that when I make these stone things, they're there. The spell doesn't fade as the stone has been shaped. That is what that looks like now. So there's, a random platform on the side of a mountain from us sleeping there a couple months ago.
If we ride back by, like, if there's someone in there, charge them rent.
Like, hey, that's mine.
Yeah, what the fuck
I'll
are you?
uncast it.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Bob done fucked up and woke up Lissa.
Mm-hmm. You're muted.
You can let the dog out. Yeah, so you guys, unhinge the immovable rod, untie the leads from it, and begin moving. And you guys can see off in the distance there are other pockets of sandstorms, like off to the far west, on the other side of the river. You see, like, you can actually witness a sandstorm from a third-person view, as you can see this huge chunk of area that spans almost the entire horizon, just completely occluded by sand.
Okay. You know what? Now that I think about it, that does look like a sandstorm.
Ah. Good. You know what they look like now? Okay. So if it
But-
happens again.
In my defense, we have never been in a desert. If an avalanche was coming, shit, I'd warn you guys.
Wait, can avalanches happen in the desert?
Sand slide? I don't know.
Hmm.
Anything moving towards us from now on, you guys are getting woken up.
Thank you. I'm gonna burn a 4th level spell and assume at the beginning of each day I'm casting aid as standard on all but Absol.
Okay. The one guy that's staying lookout.
The one guy who is toughest, yeah, and can heal himself.
You mean
Fortunately,
Both of those apply, actually.
She doesn't, though.
Absol has 6 more hit
She
points than
doesn't
Screech.
heal herself.
And every time it's been asked in the past, Absol has told me to cast it on everyone else. Someday I'd love to modify that spell or something so that it can hit Absol too.
Yeah, it doesn't even increase the number with the spell slot either. It's weird.
The spell slot increases the amount of hit points.
Right, but not the number of people that
actually,
can be targeted.
I could ask for you to meet me in the middle, Cliff, because the way you're running the aid spell is actually slightly weakened because you're doing it as temporary hit points, which aren't healable. The aid spell technically creates healable hit points.
Right.
So I could heal them back up to that, although the way we're running it, once they're gone, unless I cast it again.
Well,
So-
we've never been into a scenario where you've been able to heal them back up above it that I can think of, though.
There
I
have
think
been
during,
plenty of
like,
times where
all-
I've done smaller amounts of healing that would bump into it just a little. It's not a huge deal.
Just call it out if you remember it, because I do understand that it's supposed to be your maximum hit points increase.
What I'm saying is I'd be happy to meet in the middle and make it just temporary hit points, but make it affect one more person to be nice.
No.
Okay.
No, I like the fact that Absol doesn't get it. It's funny to me.
When you die, Absol, it's Cliff's fault, not mine. I tried to fight for you.
That is my entire ruling behind this, is I just find it funny.
Every time he
The
says it,
effect
everyone
is
laughs.
on everyone, but can you throw 15 temp on the 3?
Yup. Nope. Yup. Yup. What about the camel? Jeez.
Fuck the camels.
That's, that's
Inappropriate.
illegal in the nearest email.
fucking say stuff like that.
Frowned upon in most areas.
Wrong idea.
There might be a religion for it. I don't know.
It's that tithe you were asking about.
So, in flipping through spells and preparing more, I found a 6th level spell that I haven't really been using, but I now have the spell. I can prepare enough spells to keep something stupid like this. Hero's Feast. And since I'm feeding us anyway, if at the end of each day I have not used my 6th level spell slot, I'm probably going to be burning it on Hero's Feast.
Okay.
Such
Which,
a good spell.
for 24 hours, cured of all diseases and poison, immune to poison, all wisdom saving throws at advantage, and the hit point maximum increases by 2d10 for 24 hours. All sorts of crazy shit.
Yep. So you guys continue through, and for the most part, it's just uneventful from here on out for the next 3 days. On the 4th day, as you guys are walking through, by the time midday hits, the path cuts to the right, and you guys cross this bridge, and the bridge is the sandstone bridge that arches over this, 100-foot gap of the river. And there are small little tents that are set up around the outside on both sides of the bridge. And there are people that are trying to peddle wares. So as you approach, they immediately start reaching out to you.
Well, absolutely, stop.
Like, oh, we have some travelers. How are you on water? How are you on food? How are you on clothing?
I believe we could use some clothing.
You
We
look like
were
you could.
not-
I take it you all are not from around here.
Correct. How is it you are able to subsist in such a location?
Yeah, it's like anything else. You adapt, and you survive. Once you start understanding the way that she works, and your team is actually quite beautiful. But I have some perfect garments here for you that keep the sand out of your eyes and out of your mouth, and keep you nice and cool during the day, and I have some clothes to keep you warm during the night.
I believe we are well equipped for cold weather, as we come from a snowy location.
Northerners, yes.
But clothing for the daytime, I would appreciate. How much would this cost?
For you, my friend here, depending on what you're looking for, I could let it go for 80 gold.
Chaplain's gonna just kind of look over to Absol and Arkin.
I'm fine. He like, looks over at Arkin.
Is Arkin visible?
No.
Just looking over at Camel.
Campbell's just chewing and looking at you.
Yeah, these guys think that we're hallucinating. What about you? You can stop doing that and get some actual clothes.
You hear, well, Chaplain hears Arka's voice in his head and goes, "Yes, please."
I believe we are interested. However, that price seems rather steep for clothing, from what I am aware.
That's right.
Not-
Haggle them down.
I do not often purchase clothing, but that seems rather expensive. Are you certain that you could not find some way to discount multiple sets?
He looks at you for a second, and he climbs up on the side of the bridge, and he's I don't see anyone else selling this around here, friend. This is what the price is. You
He's
have a
trying to swindle you,
need, and
Chaplain.
I have a product. Yeah, this is
We have also made it fairly comfortably for a week without your product and could fairly easily continue without it.
Yeah, I don't see any
So it is
customers around either.
supply and demand, my friend.
And
You
I
say
am
you've made it
offering
comfortable,
that,
but we haven't even hit any of the hot days yet. It could get a lot warmer.
and it would be nice to be more comfortable. However, I'm not certain that it is worth 160 gold to be more comfortable for the two of us that need extra protection.
160 gold sounds like a fair price for comfort, no?
How much gold? Oh wait, is that number right? Do I have?
Yes, that number is
3,400?
right.
Oh, I wouldn't have fucking argued if I realized I had that much gold.
Want me to stab him, Chaplain? Like he said, no witnesses are around.
Oh, there's other people around. There are other shopkeepers.
Maybe
Throw
we
in
help
an
you out
extra
in
hat for
return.
my friend Screech, and we will consider it a deal.
Go ahead and give me a straight charisma check.
Whatever. We'll play it as it lies. Chaplain is chaplain.
Because I like you. How about 10 gold for the hat?
That is fair. And Chaplain will count out 170 gold.
Okay. You want me to subtract it from you, or you got it?
Math, man.
I can do it real easy.
Do it.
Okay. I just gotta drag it over.
Awesome.
Also, I think you can do that too. If you type in like negative something in the modifier, click and drag that over your money, I think it'll automatically remove it.
Yep, it will. Now let's give me my gold back. It also works for adding.
Yeah, don't do that.
I gave myself the 1 gold that I took away back.
I'm gonna go ahead and take that away now. You're allowed to remove gold and I give it. That's not how
That's
this
fair.
works. This is America.
All tithe to the cliff gods, whatever. Chaplain will take one of the bundles of clothing and just chuck it vaguely in the direction of the top of the empty camel.
It lands. It looks like it's about to fly past it, and then it like hits something, and then lands on top of the camel. There's nothing here.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't notice that.
And what other things of value for enduring this environment do you have to offer? We are fine on food and water.
Water's most important. Clothes are second. Food is... you can go a little while without it if you need to. And plus, there's coconuts every now and again you can find. If you're
Have any
good at
goggles?
hunting, you can find some lizard to eat too.
Are we close to the end of the day today?
It's about midday.
Do you have any goggles?
Goggles? Of course I have goggles.
I'll take discount.
Discount
Maybe.
for what?
50% off.
Yeah. Don't really need the full set.
I understand, but unfortunately they don't make goggles for just the one eye for the most part.
That's
So,
fair.
It's gonna be 25 gold for one eyes or two.
Fortunately, if one side becomes damaged, you can simply turn it upside down and use the other.
There you go.
Redundancy.
Message Absol. Get two. I want one.
I,
Please, Absol.
I'll take 2 pairs of goggles.
Yes. You're my favorite brother.
50 gold and hands it over.
Entirely based on RP and description and the art that has been created for Chaplain and whatnot, we've in the past determined he doesn't blink, he can't wink, it's just rock set into faceplate. I imagine that sand in my eyes isn't really a big issue.
Probably not. I don't think that they have like moisture really.
He's- some Visine and some wipers.
Oh god, I can actually see him like just like midday, just grabbing a cloth and rubbing his eyes.
Imagine during that sandstorm, there's all of them just pelting against his eye. He's not even phased.
All the shit you guys purchased is in your party sheet.
Actually, I did not catch your name. I am Chaplain.
Chaplain, I am Santarella.
Centrella, if I may offer one small modicum of aid, do you have any empty containers that could use water? I can create water.
And you're offering to do this out of the goodness out of your heart?
That's what he does.
Correct. Perhaps if you know of anything else that would be valuable to our trip, I would like so in exchange, but you could use water and I can provide it.
Well, Chaplain, you have yourself a deal. And he pulls out a couple canteens of water. Or empty canteens.
So one of the spells I have prepared is the tier 1 create or destroy water. The create food one, shit will only last for 24 hours. Create or destroy water I have prepared because it's just there, up to 10 gallons. So I burn a first level spell and fill up its canteens.
Okay. And what kind of information are you looking for?
Information. Interesting. Do you know of any valuable points of shelter between here and the last stop?
Not unless you brought something with you.
Not much. How about beyond the last stop on the way to Fortunis?
Honestly, after the last stop, it gets its name for a reason. There's not much you'll see past there until you get over the final bridge of the Melween River, and by then you'll be making your way into the grasslands near Fortunis, rather.
I imagine with the amount of time you have spent in this location, you have dealt with the local wildlife. What kind of creatures can we expect to run across that may harbor ill will towards us?
If you stay on the path, you should be relatively safe. But there are copper and brass dragons about. There are sandwormlings. There are basilisks. The desert's not that I would say a safe place to roam.
Chaplain looks over to the rest of the party. Is there any other questions we have before we continue?
Arkin shakes his head no.
Did you put like the clothes on or anything so they can see it moving?
No.
No.
Then, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Chaplain.
If it was near the end of the day, that man would have had a fucking feast. Also, I looked at the spell, up to 12 creatures.
Mm-hmm.
The camels are eating like fucking kings.
They'll be shitting like kings too. Don't do that.
It's already done.
Yeah, but immune to fear, plus 2d10 hit points.
Mhm.
Like, that's good for our camels.
Camel's
Right
like,
up
hey,
next.
fuck you, buddy.
Right
You ain't scaring me,
next to
fucking
Screech.
dragon.
When the camels save us, remember this.
Fucking dragons, little bitch.
You got the Jersey accent for some reason.
Kiss my fucking humps, you piece of shit!
So are we actually spending every night strapped to camels and just continuing to go until the camels need rest?
Yeah, that's the way you guys have been putting it. And the camels
I-
don't seem to need rest.
That is really weird. Okay. Like, if the camels can go, we'll go. Turns out they're vampire camels.
Vamples.
Yeah.
Yep, so anything else you guys are gonna talk about, purchase, anything like that, or are you guys headed off?
I am going to ask you about the thing that was supposed to happen at 10 p.m.
Oh, it already happened.
Oh, what was it?
The stranger from the void arrived.
Ooh.
It was a chat thing.
Okay.
Think Zer.
Okay.
And anybody who had what was needed got themselves an exclusive skin.
Bitchin'.
Yeah. And also to address chat, the question that was asked about, is there smelting yet? No. Next week, there will be something. Next week, we're going to be replacing the Tokens of Fate goal on the over there with something that I was thinking of to give almost like quests to chat to be able to do. So we're going to replace the Tokens of Fate one with one that's going to be allowing you guys to make decisions of things that get added to this little faux RPG we have going on in chat. So yeah. But okay, so you guys you head off, cross over the bridge. Like I said, it's this huge, like 200-foot bridge that's spanning over this 100-foot river, and it's just this single arch that is completely like fulcrumed on the left and the right with no central support. And as you guys are like approaching it from a distance, it's actually a pretty cool sight to see. And as you guys cross it, you are now seeing like this vast desert to your right that is basically just an endless sea of sand. And the actual river is to your left now.
We might get turned around and go the other direction. River's been on our right this whole time. But we don't have to know where we're going. The camels do.
Yeah, we just sit back and enjoy this lovely ride. He has one goggle covering his eye, then one goggle on the eye patch.
All right.
Ooh.
Put on the desert clothing too, by the way.
Where's protection from elements? I assume that's what.
Y'all don't even realize that Ark can strip down naked and chain straight in front of you.
That's right.
You couldn't even see it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so you guys continue through. A couple days into your journey from the bridge towards last stop, you see 3 camel with no riders heading opposite of you, heading back towards Wetsund. And they're galloping at a little bit faster pace than what yours are moving at, as they have no rider. And they don't even pay any mind to you guys. They just continue through. that night, as you guys are getting ready for sleep, actually, everybody go ahead and give me a d20.
Ooh.
Screech rolled a 1. So everybody but Absol is already asleep at this point. Absol, you're not sleeping, so your roll is irrelevant. Everybody but Absol is asleep at this point. Absol, there is what you would assume is like a shooting star that you see that shoots overhead, and it's so bright it actually lights up the desert around you for a brief moment. And it's shooting from east to west.
This shouldn't be something I wake them up for. He's just like sitting back and watching it. This, something happens now. This is fucked.
If you're just
I mean,
watching
it's
it,
not head
you just see it
towards.
disappear on the other side of some sand dunes off in the distance to your right.
He's like looking around and okay.
All right. The next day, that was loud. The next day, about midday, as you guys are walking,
I'm muted. Cliff,
yeah,
what exactly was it that went through the sky?
it was like a shooting star.
Was it similar to like the Jackal's re-entry in the past?
I don't know. You were asleep.
Well, I was asking if it was, because if it was, I wanted to spend an IP to not be asleep.
Wow. It wasn't anything special enough that Absol thought to let you guys know about it. So.
I want to spend an IP to have noticed,
Okay.
so that I can ask the Jackal if it was him.
Okay.
Hey, that's you.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Skills. Insight.
It definitely looked like something falling, but it didn't look the same as the jackals.
All right, there's God for this.
Flipping those Rolodex.
I kind of am. Fortunately, I've taken all the gods and put them in a separate document so I can reference them easy. Winters, wizards, tyranny, misfortune, murder, agriculture, lies, peace, protection, endurance, dead, renewal, illusion, joy, pain, hunt, or
God of stuff falling out of the sky.
It's the sky. Let's go with the goddess of the moon. This is at night anyway.
It is, yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to pray to the goddess of the moon and ask, can you please tell me what just passed through the sky? Or I'll even include through your domain, the sky. It's yours.
You hear a response of everything and nothing all in one.
Thanks, gods, for being cryptic as fuck. Absol, are you awake?
No.
Then in the morning I should consult you as to what just passed through the sky.
A shooting star.
I believe those are not normally that bright.
Yeah, and we're not normally in a desert. Stuff's weird here. We got attacked by sand earlier.
This is correct. However, in the past, things falling from the sky have either been deities or sometimes pantheons, which is why I was curious.
Did you pray?
Once,
Nothing.
cryptic.
Ah. Well,
Do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
try a god of the desert.
I don't think one exists. Storms isn't desert.
Anyways, if it was a pantheon, you would have some kind of vision and spaz out.
It's fair. Just a quick, using my other talk to God, to the jackal to ask, I just saw something abnormally bright streak through the sky. Was it one of yours or something related to you?
This was not our doing.
Be well, thank you. All right, going back to sleep. Shit falls to the sky. I need to make sure it's, not the jackal again. I'll give him my camel.
All right. So yeah, so you guys, nothing else happens for the rest of the night. You about 3 or 4 hours after you guys wake up in the morning, you come to an area where the path diverges away from the river a bit, as there's some of these plateaus and whatnot that the path kind of wraps around. And as you get to an area in between these two plateaus, you hear this voice kind of spring out from in front of you. And it's like, all right, you fucking raiders, give me your shit and die. And you see that there are two dwarves in front of you who are wearing robes like the same color as the sand. And they each have these spears that they're pointing at your direction, and you notice the spear is emanating a like a pulsating orange glow to it.
Apps was gonna like lean over and be like, "What the hell? Don't go, leave us alone." And he's just gonna keep running.
I'm convinced.
You're gonna do what?
He's like, "Just leave us alone," and he's just gonna keep riding.
Okay.
Perhaps you should simply let us pass.
All right. So, who's in front?
Screech.
Screech.
Okay. Well, Screech's camel just got stabbed in the throat by a spear.
Oh, no. All right. It's murder time.
The extra hit points.
What's the extra hit points on it?
2d10.
2d10?
Yeah, it's fine.
Like, that's right, bitch.
Extra
So you
12
get-
points.
Spits
Camels
on 'em.
have a whopping 15. So 17 max hit points is what they would have. Are you going to actually make me roll this now? Okay.
Yes.
Well, you said they have 15, so they'd have 27. I might have just saved a camel by feeding it caviar.
You did. So it stabs it. The camel kind of bucks up and it like lets out this groan, and you hear him saying, "Ain't gonna tell you again, you fucking raiders."
Is he
Am
calling
I
us
awake yet?
Raiders?
Mm-hmm.
And is this during the day or the night?
It was during the day.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead, Kurt.
Absol's gonna jump off of his camel, pull up his weapon. He's like, "I ain't telling you again. Leave us alone." And he is going to what's this called? Dreadful aspect them.
There you go. Just
All
scare
right.
him the fuck away.
All right, everybody, go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah.
This is fine.
Yes.
There you go.
Wow.
Just end it,
It's hot.
end it
It's
right from the
fine.
beginning.
That's about how Ark is feeling right now. So
Right.
it's fine.
I can picture Ark and not even paying attention to what's going on right now.
Licks his finger and turns the page.
All
Hey,
right.
they want to start some shit.
So you jumped off, and then you started yelling at the guys who were in front of you to just stab the camel. You said, right?
Yep.
Okay. What's your AC?
21, I think.
Advantage on sleight of hand for Chaplain. Lol.
All right. So as you jump down, and you're focusing on these two dudes in front of you, you feel a burning pain strike across the back of your legs. As you are hit by 1, 2, 3, 4, and then an additional 2d10.
Do you want me to cast Hero's Feast on people? Because it does have a list of effects. For example, if some of that's poison damage.
It's not poison damage. How long do the effects last for?
24 hours.
Yep, you might want to cast it on all of you guys.
Camels are not in combat tracker.
They can be.
Did all of these attackers roll their saves already?
No.
He did dreadful aspect as soon as he hopped off before he rolled initiative.
Right. Understood.
Okay.
And temporary hit points don't stack, but increases to maximum hit points do, and both Aid and Hero's Feasts have that apply. Do you want me to roll 2d10 for what we get, or are you using what the camels got?
Yeah, you can roll the 2d10.
What the
So
camels
12.
got.
Okay. So everybody has 12 plus 15.
Yeah.
Correct.
So 27.
Except Absol.
Absol.
He would only have what? The 12?
The 12.
Absol and the camels get 12. Screech Arcanin Chaplain get 27.
Okay. 27. One of the camels got hit by what? 13 was it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So we'll just say camel 1 got hit for 13, so he is missing a hit point. So Absol, as soon as you jump off, there were already two people that were behind you that you guys didn't see that were coming up. That as soon as you dismounted, before you even got your dreadful visage off, they hit. They all got to go first before you guys got to go. They got a surprise round on you. So Absol, you just got hit for... Boop. Is it not gonna do the... There we go. That. Oh, okay, the first one was your temporary hit points. Never mind. Okay, that makes sense. That. And then you also took an additional... 18, 12, 14, 12. So 30, 44, 56 fire damage as you feel the end of their spears burn into you.
Oof. Holy shit.
Um,
1 round, 100 damage?
Yeah.
3 more rounds and this fight's over.
so now it's your turn. Well, actually, so you did your dreadful whatever. Is that on anybody that can see you? How's that work?
Yeah. Anyone that can see me.
Okay.
Or if you're choosing, I believe it says.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but the entire party, including the camels, is immune to being frightened.
Yep. But he still gets to choose. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm really liking this spell.
All right. So let me do this real quick then. Yeah. Why is everything so fucking out of proportion here? There. Arkin. Screech.
And just to make sure, did you get Screech's initiative roll?
No.
So no, you got a lot going on, so I'm just trying to.
Nope, I did not. Thank you.
Okay.
Now I did. Thank you. That, and then
Oh, there are 4 dwarves. I thought there were only 2.
there were only 2 in front of you.
Yeah, fair. Ah. 100 damage on a single person in a single round is absolutely nightmarish. Like, healing 70 is a level 6 cleric spell.
These things are stronger than almost everything we've fought so far.
This is how we die.
Go ahead and cast it on the 4 of them.
Only one of them got scared.
Damn it. About to say, this might give us the opportunity we need.
He's already 30 feet away too, so he can just make a save.
Young Fang, I'm gonna give that one back for 2 reasons. For 1, you can't give it to NPCs, and for 2, the camel only has 1 hit point missing.
Chat just makes the camel OP as fuck.
Camel's like, all right, I've had enough.
Like, what? You can talk?
All right, so Absol, it is your turn.
All right. These
Got
2 behind
this.
him. Yeah, he's ulting these 2 behind him. As soon as he feels the pain on his legs, he snaps behind him, slams his sword down on one of them, and points with his hand towards the second one and blasts him with it. Fucking anger-powered Eldritch Blast.
All right. So go ahead and roll me 12d20, please. You guys are 12, right?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me 12d20, please. So that is 158 divided by 2, so 79 apiece.
Yep.
Okay. 79 and 79. And one of them kind of like yells out, like, ah, what kind of fucking raider is this? And the front one just yells out, a fucking dead one. and you see him scoop down a handful of sand, and he starts chanting something. And as he does that, this guy starts to... you guys haven't had a chance to, like, do anything yet, so you're still on your camel. So he's trying to take out the fucking camel.
Rude.
Yeah.
What the hell?
We don't got insurance on these things.
So...
Right.
yeah, so Screech's camel is dead.
No!
Boo.
Chaplain, you can raise it, right?
Right.
Yes.
Chat, don't let Cliff get away with this.
There's no... What do you mean don't let him get away with this?
He's killing off our party.
Yeah, I'm killing off the party. Definitely my doing here. All right. Absol, you feel a stab right into your gut as you hit the ground. And then... he's gonna put another one into you.
Dick move.
And then you also take the additional 10 fire damage, which we're gonna count that as a fail on your death save. And as he strikes down Absol, he's like, "You fucking raiders, you'll learn. Stay out of our territory and stop killing our people." Chaplain.
We are not killing anyone. We are simply passing through. We are not raiders. And then he says a quick prayer and casts my 6th level spell to heal fucking Absol. Targeting the right person, yes. Okay. If you believe we are raiders, let us simply talk instead of committing violence against one another. That's my turn.
All right. Camel 1. Dead.
No.
I got 9 rounds to fix that. Just don't want to waste a turn in combat on it.
So he yells out, "Ah, yeah, not a raider. That's why this one just cast his darkness on us."
You stabbed us first!
They blocked the way and you guys charged through them.
They were trying to steal our shit.
No, they weren't.
With
Not
your
at
fucking
all what
accent,
they
I
said.
can't understand a shit you're saying.
Don't say that. Don't say get the fuck out of the way and then just continue walking through. Screech is prone. She stands. And then,
They hurt her friend.
yeah, they hurt her camel.
And Absol. Goodbye, 6th level spell slot. I barely knew thee. My favorite slot.
And then she is going to action surge. And she is going to continue stabbing at this guy who hurt her
Yep.
friends.
As you do.
That's what she knows.
Hopefully your damage die rolls are better than Melissa's.
They are not. They are not.
At least we're keeping it accurate then.
She did a
Right.
total of 36 damage on like the 4 that she hit.
1, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We need to upgrade our weapon or something.
Something.
Hey, Chaplain, are you still on the camel?
No, it would have gotten off. I hadn't
Okay,
been.
your camel's taken off.
Oh no!
Hey, we didn't get the signal.
Right.
Oh yeah, they're immune to fear right
Immune
now,
to
aren't
threat.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, he's
Go ahead,
standing there
back
like
here.
a dumbass. Arkin.
Yeah. Let's see.
In fact, I'll move myself a little.
Which one did Absol shoot? Let's see here.
Huh?
And is it dead?
He did alt on 2 of them, so I'm guessing these 2 up front here.
The two behind
The
you
ones
guys.
behind.
Oh,
Ones
behind
that got
us.
The ones that
sneak
stabbed
attack
him.
on them.
Okay, which one stabbed him?
The two
Remember,
behind.
Screech's front. Screech's front, Absol is behind.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so now
You guys
I'm
are heading in this direction.
Right. Okay. So the ones that are closest to him right now are
The
not
ones
the
that are
ones.
right next to Absol are the ones that attacked Absol.
Okay, that's what I was asking about.
Yep,
So I
yep.
did
That's
have...
the
okay.
back, technically.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so yeah, he is going to kind of leap off of his camel and kind of flip, landing behind this guy, coming down with a dagger right in his back. Hopefully. Let's see here. Yeah, let's just roll the hit first. 19.
Yep, that's a hit.
Okay. Boom. It's melee, so we will do that. And okay. Is that on him? And then let's see. Use the rest of his move action to get between Absol and these fuckers.
You can't end your turn there. Can't occupy the same space as anybody else.
Like, what would be the closest he can get to coming between them and Absol?
Like, either one square to Absol's right or the one square above.
Like right here, would
Yeah,
that be
that's fine.
fine?
Yep.
Okay. And I don't think, is there a defensive thing that I can do?
Not as a bonus action.
Not as a bonus
Yeah.
action. Let me see. Hold on. Can't do that. And this is an action. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna take like a guarded stance and wait for them to attack, I guess.
This one fights just like the Raiders.
Sure, whatever.
Absol, go ahead and roll hit die. All right, your turn.
Bam.
That fat heel.
X-Blade's curse is it? And
That's a miss.
second attack.
Also a miss.
It's IP that second one.
Okay. That is a hit.
All right, let's kill him. You want to make that 2d8 a 48?
Fucking no. 4d8. There you go. Does not kill him.
All right, that's his turn.
Okay. The one that was holding the sand up, yells out a final incantation as he throws the sand in the air. And you guys feel this gust of wind as sand begins blowing. Everybody go ahead and give me a dex saving throw, please.
Great.
Screech. Dex save is this guy. God damn, Screech. And camels. Are camels dexterous creatures? They are not. We'll just go ahead and do an average roll for all of them. Let's do 1, 2. Oh, there's 19. That's good. 3, 4, 19, 19, 8, and 3. So, all right. So they'll say that. So the camels and chaplain are the only ones that are really getting hit by it.
I'm pretty sure one of those camels shouldn't be making any saves.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That makes the average way lower, actually.
Oh no.
Oh god.
So between chaplain and the 3 camels, you guys take 72 damage, so 24 points of damage each. As this sand is just tearing through, you're noticing it's tearing through your cloth. On the camels, it's actually tearing through like their flesh. And everybody that is in this circle, you are effectively blinded by sand.
What if 2 of them are wearing goggles?
If you're wearing goggles, you would not be blinded by the sand.
Sweet.
Oh wait, hey, Absol, you still take damage if you pass a dex save. You don't have anything to make it where you don't take damage, do you?
Me, no.
Okay, so you take 12 points of damage then. 43, 24. So chaplain, you have 3 points of your shield left. 3 points. The camels are amazingly not dead.
Thanks to the food.
It's 100% thanks to the food. Otherwise, they would be. Oh no, 1 camel dies.
No.
1 camel dies. 2 of them are still doing decent. And this guy.
We could all share a camel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
We can all share a camel.
Yeah. You only need 1.
Yeah.
Dude, he rolls a 25 and can't hit Screech. The 28 does, though.
Boo.
What is her AC?
Fucking barely. Fucking ungodly. I don't even know.
Ridiculous.
Remember early in the campaign when I had a high AC? Now I'm fucking average.
Yeah, so she takes some burning damage from that. And you hear, like, through the blowing of the sand, like, this will be the last encampment you guys raid.
What are you guys talking about?
Did you go stealth, Arkin?
Don't think he can out in the open.
Okay.
And he was mostly trying to come between them and his brother, so it's gonna take an ass load of damage here.
They rolled a 1 on that one. Chaplain.
Chaplain is going to yell at the top of his lungs, "Screech, Absol, Arkin, stop fighting. We are not raiders. Please, nobody has to die today." And
I already fucking did.
Too late, motherfucker.
I can fix it. And I'm going to waste my turn rolling Pray to God. So if this is a 12 or less, I win. But it is not. It is an 85.
Could you
So
imagine?
that is my... Divine Intervention is such a weird-ass thing, because effectively, 1 out of every 10 times, it saves the day, but the other 9 times, you waste a turn.
And then, isn't it like level 20 is guaranteed to work?
But at level 20, poof, you win. Every time. It
Fucking
does have a
again,
set-
Chaplain?
Well, it has a set. Regardless, once it works, it has a 7-day or a 10-day cooldown in this universe.
Right.
But there's nothing I can see to deal with the amount of damage that's incoming. The fact that we're killing each other. So the best I can hope is diplomacy, which isn't going to work, and thus I'll waste my turn. Next.
Dead camel.
Don't you need to roll like a persuasion or something?
Cliff didn't ask it. Also, I think I have disadvantage on persuasion.
What?
Screech is going to wait based on what Chaplain said.
Yeah, I have disadvantage on persuasion because of chat. Because of this game.
Arkin.
Arkin goes from like a combat stance, but like he like retracts his dagger and like tucks it behind him, keeps it in his hand, but he's not making it like a threatening action anymore. And but can he do that and still use his action as a defensive stance though, in case they do decide fuck that, we're gonna kill you anyway?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's gonna do that, and he says, "I won't attack anymore unless you come at me or my brother." And that's gonna be his turn.
Camel 4 dead. Absol.
Not taking dodge action, but he's gonna what is it called? Oh yeah, hold. If they attack me or my brother, he's attacking the one that attacks them.
All right. So you hear a voice call out from the sand. If you're not raiders, why are you geared up for war?
Because of people like you.
People like me?
I jumped off of my camel and I almost died. Then I did die.
You don't look dead to me.
You struck first, friends.
It sounds like we're temporarily out of combat rounds. First, are they continuing the sandstorm and continuing to maul us?
The sandstorm is continuing to obscure vision, but you're not taking damage from it continuing.
My apologies. I would like to interrupt. Is there anyone who is injured? If there is, please drop the sandstorm so that I can heal them. I do not want anyone to die.
You never answered my question.
We are not raiders. We are dressed to deal with combat because we get attacked a lot when traveling the great distances we travel.
Where are you coming from, and where are you headed?
Wet sand, or whatever it is called, and we are heading to last stop, then Fortunis. Please.
You never been to Dunewall?
I do not know what that is.
And you hear someone else like, I think he's telling the truth. They don't look like any raiders we've ever seen. And you guys see the sand fall to the ground.
Is anyone laying on the ground?
The camels.
Yeah,
I understand that.
there are 2
Is
dead
anyone-
camels. No, other than that, no.
This is not an offensive action. I'm merely going to aid the camels. And Chaplain will
fucking damn
say a quick prayer, mass cure wounds. I'm going to target 1 camel, 2 camel, 3 camel, 4 camel, Absol, and are any of theirs injured?
They don't look like they're looking to you for aid.
I don't care. Are any of theirs injured? I
Give me
want to sign
perception
a good.
roll.
I want to sign a good faith.
The 2 in the back, they seem the most injured. One of them definitely is showing signs of damage.
Is that the left or the right one?
The right ones, the ones closest to Absol and Arkin.
Okay, I have 6 people targeted, and bam. So Chaplain says a couple of quick words, and the hand motion ends. All 4 camels receive a heal, so if they were in their bleed outs, they're fine. Absol gets a small heal, and so does one of theirs. That is the only thing I'm going to do for now. I would simply like to talk. You will
For the
have to
last
forgive.
2 weeks.
I did not.
We have been attacked by raiders. No less than 6 times.
We
We
are
decided
clearly
to fight back.
not raiders. Apologies, your accent is foreign to us, and I heard that you were trying to rob us.
We don't want their fucking money. You're dressed like them. You're geared like them.
We do come from a different continent.
Look, buddy, we found a traveling merchant a few days back that way. That's where I bought these clothes. I don't normally dress like this. He said they were good for the desert. They've been doing the work. So whatever you say I dress like, we're out in the desert. This is desert clothing. I don't know what you want.
Chaplain will pull off his desert clothing to reveal the golden white cloth vestments to kind of emphasize his point.
You one of the nomads?
We hail from Amethil.
No, you.
No, do not believe so. Are there others that look like me?
Something like that.
Then I am not, but I would like to know of them.
Mean bastards.
Do they possess a symbol on their forehead?
I've never really stayed close enough to pay attention to that.
Okay. It looks
Listen,
like
my brother here is a little hot-headed, and I apologize for us assuming, but we need to find these people and stop them once and for all.
The people who have been attacking you, are they simply assaulting or are they stealing things?
No, they're stealing, they're attacking, destroying our livelihood, hurting our people.
Please forgive the oddly specific question. Is there a specific god that you pray to?
After what's happened here, I'm not sure that I care to speak to any of the gods.
I am simply trying to help. Hmm. Can we put down our weapons, have a seat, and talk?
They look at each other and nod. You see them sheath their glaives, and one of them pulls out a canteen of water and begins swigging it.
I would like to bind the wounds of my allies. Would you be accepting of me binding the wounds of your allies as well?
Yes, we would appreciate it.
Okay. Chaplain's going to take a minute to handle medical stuff and thus let other people do their thing. I'm going to use the healer skill. I'm going to target people in my party, and I'm also going to just target all 4 of their people and roll it on them as well, if that's okay.
Yep.
I don't know who's injured, but I don't have to know who's injured with that.
Arkin's just squinting at the guy who last stabbed Absol, studying his face real hard. But not taking any aggressive actions yet, though.
Absol has his weapon sheath and he's like stretching.
So, hey, Cliff, remember that whole temporary hit points kind of nonsense? Can you add 17 temporary hit points to all of us? Because we all took enough damage. Except Arkin. Arkin can just go back up to 27, so 12 for him. Thank you.
Arkin still has 15 on him.
Yes, between the Hero's Feast and the
he's going back up to 27. Okay, gotcha.
Up to 27. Yep, that's what I was saying. Hi, Calcifer. Okay.
All right.
Are any of you guys talking while Chaplain is chaplaining?
No. Absol's getting the
Can someone who
Dead
doesn't have
out of
a
his
penalty to
stiff bones.
persuade with people?
All right, everyone's all healed up and everything. Are we free to fucking go now?
I would... The people who have been attacking you came from the same direction we came from, correct?
We don't know. We know that they've passed through this area. We've tracked them back. But we can't tell if they're coming from that way or going that way.
Chapman will give the bridge location that they passed a day or two ago. That is the only other humanoid beings we have encountered in our time in the desert. They seems mostly mercantile. Unless you recognize the clothing we are wearing as stolen from your people, they are likely just merchants.
Not stolen, but this one especially. He points over at Arkin.
What about me?
Your attire looks very similar.
Well, I don't think there are any dwarves that have my exact measurements.
Is Arkin still wearing the desert clothing, and is the dwarf referring to the desert clothing?
Yes,
or
yes.
Okay. That clothing was purchased from that market a few days ago. Perhaps if you are investigating, you could travel to that market to see if they are related to the people who are attacking you, or know of the people.
All right, that's what we'll do then.
I thank you kindly for understanding reason and speaking with us. Apologies for the misunderstanding on both directions. Should we expect to see more of your friends stopping us on the road?
No.
Be well.
We'll be sure if we see any raiders, we will bring them to justice for you. Eh?
I'm casting a spell. Tier 4 divination. Single question, specific goal event thing within 7 days. The market of people that we just attended, are they related to the raiders? And I'm going to ask the god of trade.
Who are you asking it to?
The god of trade. I know there is one.
The god of trade?
Joaquin, goddess of trade.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. My butt's butt.
They are related only by goods.
Excuse me, dwarves. I understand that you do not have much reason to trust my words, as I am foreign to you. However,
Bob, your mic is up again.
Haha! Apologies, dwarfs. I understand you may not trust everything I say implicitly. However, I am fairly certain that the merchants that you spoke to, or that I referred to, are only related to the raiders by goods. They are likely not the raiders themselves, but will likely know where the goods came from, if that is helpful.
It is, thank you. Again, I'm sorry for acting before talking.
Everyone is alive. That is all that matters.
Yes, no harm, no foul, right, Absol?
Absol's like, I got some new scars. That shit ain't closing.
I'm chalking this up as honestly a huge fucking win for Chaplin. People were gonna die, and they all stopped, listened to reason, and like genuinely, he's proud as fuck of the party because he asked them, "Hey, please stop fighting," and they did, and people lived because of it. Also, so did our camels, but hey.
Just that close to stabbing him anyway. But
Right.
They all held their actions too to see if you guys are gonna attack.
It's appropriate.
So yeah, they step to the side as you guys are saddling back up and leaving. Yeah, so they let you pass. You guys continue on pretty much uneventful for the next few days. And during the middle of the night, about 4 days later, Absol, you see this large, another one of those large arching bridges passing back over the water, and there's a slight ridge on the opposite side of the river, and you see there's this village kind of sprawled out on the top of it that is sort of peering down and surrounding the path that you guys are heading on. And as you get closer to it, you start seeing people moving from the village and running down towards the path where you guys are at. And they're all wearing like this light tan colored robe with face masks, and they're wearing these goggles that are red, and they're actually emitting light. They're all carrying weapons, and they are running towards the path from this small little village that you see there. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Do they walk single file to conceal their numbers?
Yeah. So, thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed the little stranger that popped up at 10. And like I said, next week there's going to be more stuff for that. Thank you guys for all the interactions today. Sorry I didn't get to all the cards, but there was a little bit of a narrative that I needed to push above, just throwing random things at the party. But the cards that we did not play, besides the ones that I gave back to you, there's still a few cards that are there that they will be played next session. But narrative comes first. So yeah. So oh God. Why?
Because that's why everyone's here, for Screech.
Screech should be back next week. Yeah. So, Young Thing, they should have. If you refresh, they should come back. There are 2 cards that didn't come back for you. That's it. And those will be ones that we're using next week. And then 1 card Megan didn't get back yet, and 1 card that Smythe didn't get back yet, because they will all go into next week. But yeah, so thank you guys. Evil has retained his big badness. So Evil is the 2-time big bad champion. I have some ideas for how to change up the boss battle to make it a little bit more engaging. Yeah, so that'll be coming soon. But for now, we'll do that. You have your second big bad badge. Seems how Nipples is being impatient. Let's start the giveaway. Go ahead, do gimme if you want to be entered into a free stream loose deck. And I'm gonna go find someone to raid to. Also, I spent like 6 hours working on the map for Wetson and still didn't get it finished, and you guys were there for like an hour. I'm like, okay, glad I didn't spend more time finishing that map up.
To be fair, it is a place that we can fast travel to, so the likelihood of us being there again is
Oh yeah, I'm gonna finish it.
low.
The major hurdle I had with making it is I just don't like the way that big city maps look. I'm just not a big fan of it. Like I have yet to figure out a way to make them look decent. Like small towns, I've got a niche of that, and I like how that works. But for like big city maps, we're talking about like this map is hundreds of thousands of people.
Well,
Like it's like 500 buildings and shit that I have to place down like manually. It just doesn't. You zoom out, you see the whole city, and it just looks like shit to me. So that's my personal issue with it, is that I'm trying to figure out a way to make it look better. And once I figure that out, then yeah.
I have a few ideas on that. Bug me at some point.
Sure. But yeah, so I just decided no map would be better than a half-assed, not finished one yet. So theater of the mind, you know.
Pretend.
I know, right? Who wants to pretend when they're playing Dungeons and Dragons? But yeah, so that yeah, I don't know. I had another thing I was gonna say and totally forgot what it was. Can you point out to the guys who didn't look at the stream, they still had 4 dice left that were wasted? Yeah, you guys had 4 bonus die that you guys didn't use. To reiterate with the bonus die, you can use them for any roll. So if you're rolling damage, you can do that before. And I guess what I'll say, for now, I may change this depending on how it works out. But seems how you guys have a terrible time with remembering, you can use multiple die for a single roll. So we'll try that out until you guys have used it.
Can I use them negatively? Can I use them to subtract from a specific roll?
No.
Oh.
It's hard for me to remember those things when I can't see it.
Yeah, I wish there was a good way. If I could figure out a good way to make this link with Fantasy Grounds, then there would be a lot that I would be able to do differently. But unfortunately, I can't do that. One of these days, when you guys are free, or it might be just you and I, Sin, we need to test out Foundry. Because depending on how you guys like Foundry, which is just a different virtual tabletop, it is a lot more modern. It's basically like a modern Roll20. So the downside is it doesn't have all the automation that Fantasy Grounds does built into it innately. So that's a lot of stuff I'd have to put into it. But the plus side is the API for it is fucking amazing. And I would actually be able to do things where, like, if chat plays something to give you advantage, it would just apply advantage to you. If chat did something to heal you, it would just heal you.
I'm free this weekend.
Yeah, so if you guys want to test it out to see if you like it, we could do that and then fuck around to see how it works. Yeah, so maybe. And then chat, as far as it goes next week, expect, like I said, the Tokens of Fate goal and the third one there, that is going to be replaced with something that is more centric towards you guys doing all this mining and gathering. So there'll be something there that I think you guys will want, and it'll be the direct answer to one of the questions that one of you asked. I'll be vague about it, so you guys don't know which one it is, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Yeah, this fucking Screech image is just getting bigger and bigger.
I'm
Nipples,
just glad
you are the
let me
winner.
Play with it.
And I'm pretty sure you're still here. Yeah, you're still here. So, boop, boop. Nipples, I just sent you your pack that you won. We are going to raid out to D20 TV. The foreboding Screech. Oh, man. That's what she said. But yeah, so thank you guys. We'll see you next week, 8 o'clock for episode 56 of Quests and Cliffhangers. Until then, have a good night. Bye. It's fucking Screech.
Genuinely, thank you for letting me fuck with Screech at the end there. I think it was actually enjoyable to chat.